Hello everyone, good morning. Boop, boop. Hello, welcome. Welcome back. Nice, level 69, let's do it. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. Today I think people are going crazy. New World just had its full release, so people are checking that out. For me, I don't really have any interest, to be honest. I would have checked it out if we weren't like on a reasonably tight schedule of Final Fantasy stuff, so. Plus, of course, playing Pathfinder as well. But yeah, so we are just going to continue on today with Stormblood, where we are finished for now, at least, or probably mostly generally, I think, with the story over in Othard and the East, the Far East. We're done. We did it. We saved them. And now we're back in Alamigo with the support of the East and basically with that. Oh my god, Grandpa Chungus. Oh dear lord, that is. Quite something to log on to. Okay. But yeah, let's get going. Let's do it. But yeah, basically they're sort of amping us up. They've proved that the Empire can be defeated. It's sort of inspiring the people, and we're getting ready to go. Also, we are like a Sith Lord now. Forget about New World. We're playing apparently playing Star Wars: The Old Republic with this badass sword. Oh, it looks so good. It looks so good. Right, let's go. Okay. Ports. This one looks kind of interesting. Oh, that's kind of a cool looking codex. What's that from? It's level 50. Okay. Huh. Off you go again. Butler Keks in your swimsuit. Good lad. And let's get Bun Keks. Get her going as well. Okay. So even the world feels a little bit quieter today. The New World hype is actually, that's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. There's visibly less people around the place. Because they're checking it out. They're kind of curious. That is so funny. Wow. Alright. Do I have anything to give to you guys? Anything convenient? Doesn't look like it. Alright, well, I'll give you these things I just got. Yep, take that. And take that. While I'm here, I could buy a few more of those, what are they called, Numites or something? I think they're over here. Yeah, these things. So if I get 5 more of those, perfect. Okay, and then we get another 20k, we can get the last 5. I think we need 15 total, which won't take us long at all. And once we've done that, we're actually in a pretty good spot. We'll be, yeah. That will be basically building us up for that anima weapon stuff. For the final sort of steps for that. We'll actually burn through it pretty quick. Complete our training, cause we can. Any enlistment papers? Does not look like it. You know what? I am actually going to send our guys out, I think, on a squadron mission. Yeah, we can send them on a good squadron mission. Okay, hang on. Let me just sort out the chemistry stuff. So, you have Aura, Rokaden, Contemporary Warfare Offense. I don't really think I need that. You have chance for Gatherer Scripts, which I do like. Yeah, I do like that. You have chance for Gatherer Scripts. I actually like that a lot. And you have... We might as well get that. Go for it. When not accompanying someone of the same race, 30% chance to get Magic's one. Cool, that works for me. Okay, let's send them on a mission. We'll try to get the Gatherer Scripts out of it, which is also going to help us, which is actually really nice. Squad mission. A tough one. What's the hardest one we can do for an MGP reward? Is this MGP? No. Is this MGP? No. What is this? No. I bet I skipped the one that actually gives MGP. Now here we go. Gold Saucer VIP. We need a lot of tactical. Okay. Let's take her out. Put the rogue in. Oh, then we're short on everything else. That's unfortunate, isn't it? We're nowhere near having enough tactical. Nowhere near. She gives us 2 things. So she gives us a decent chance to pass it. What if I just don't bring a healer? Can I do it without a healer? I could. And in this case, it wouldn't work, but we could. No, disaster. They're not high enough level. When they're with more levels, maybe. Okay. What about the level 40 ones? That would be easier. Get 5 of them. This should be significantly easier. Again, we're short on tactical. My goodness, and that's with a rogue and a guy? My gosh. And we're short on mental as well. We have way too much strength. Can we do it without a tank? Oh yeah, we can. We absolutely can do it without a tank. Okay, what about with her? We're still short on mental. 2 greens is a 50-50. Is that all it is? It's only 50-50? That seems a little bit too low for my taste then. Okay. I'm in a bit of a pickle. What's this give? Priority seal allowance. No. What's this one give? Let's go from the bottom. Imposter alert. Stick in our A team. These are our highest level people, pretty much. Do we actually have close to correct on anything? This one's not too far off. Oh, but I don't know how we can get another chunk of strength that big. Yeah, these ones are just tough. No, again, that's not gonna... Well, maybe if we take her out, we put her in. Short on mental. Still short on mental. No. Okay. Okay, this one could work. We've got way too much. We need a lot more mental. Oh, man, I don't know if there's any way to get that much mental. We've way too much tactical. Take out Nanasomi. Put in... I need another caster. Oh, look at that. We're way short on casters. I need another caster. Oh, 2 greens is a 66%. That's pretty good. Okay, you know, if we can get it to... We get to 60. We can get 2 of them. Take out him. Not that one. There we go. So this is actually a 66, 67%. I think that's fine. We should hopefully get a magics thing. Yeah, that looks fine. Let's do it. Sure. Yep. Grant, let's try it. A complete guide. Okay. I will check it out later. I also have... Ooh, coffee. These are my got nice. It's really fun, actually. You got coffee beans and grind them up yourself for that really nice, fresh coffee. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good. Hey, Forsaken Mirage, by the way. Hello, hello. Oh man, so tasty. So tasty. All right, let's just teleport back to Girabania. Peering stones. Ooh, it's expensive. All right, let's go. Need some coffee bad and working the night shift. Yeah. The funny thing is, like, it tastes good. The actual best thing about it is just the bag of coffee beans, and just breathe in the bag of coffee beans. Oh man, it is nice. I almost wonder if you could make, like, I don't know, maybe like a kind of a light sugar syrup and like put that around the rim of your glass, or not your glass, but your cup. Put that around the rim of your cup and get like some of the coffee beans like ground up and put a little bit around the rim, kind of like a cocktail, just to give you that, you know, the smell of it to enhance it even more. These are the things that keep me up at night. These are the questions, the big questions in life. Right, I think we just want to just jump off, yeah? Yeah. Whee! Bonk. Graceful, as always. Let's get our guys out. Some food. I think we just need to kill these things, right? Yeah. I don't think we need to use the sack, but... Sorry, Mr. Dinosaur. I know you were coexisting peacefully, but we need to murder you.
If only I could have so grossly that.
Hey, Luca. Welcome to the sub club, dude. Welcome, welcome. Wait. We'll use them on weekend. Oh, I was not supposed to kill it. Oh, I'm so sorry for murdering you. But thanks for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. I hope you know the death of the Teleoceras is on you. Complete 100%. You killed him. You distracted me. Oh no. Is he weakened? Wait, what? Did I just put him? Did I just put a... Oh my god, what's this? There's a frickin' elephant. Oh my god. Another frickin' elephant. Oh, that's a Marid. Oh, that's a Marid. Oh, leave him in peace. He's a good lad. Pokemon cap? Apparently, yeah. Burlap sack. More like a Pokeball. Oh, look, the one that we murdered has reappeared. Oh, he's not happy either. I like that they were friendly until I started murdering them, and then they were like, "Yeah, you're actually not a cool person. You're a meanie." Get him. I want to be the very best. Oh, nice mount. Oh, that's fun. Right, where are these last guys? Oh, I think that's one in the distance there. I believe. We got him. All right, good. We got him. Let's actually also, while we're here, check our ether compass. Slightly north. Not very far north. Okay, let's grab that one to the north, and let's actually do the MSQ while we're in the area. And we can drop these quests off then when we come back in. What's this one? Okay, that's the main quest. The Ananta Battlemaid. Oh, it's all the way back there. Okay, cool. So we're actually, good progress. Oh, that's the ether current right there. Hey. Very noisy. Can I just like walk in? Are they gonna get pissed if I just walk in to sneak into their base? Maybe they're cool with it. I'm going in. I'm going in myself. I mean, they're friendly. I think we're okay. For now, they're friendly. Sarisha. We do not often receive guests. What is the purpose of your visit? Greetings and well met. We are Science of the Seventh Dawn, and we come seeking Sarisha of the Vera. You are she, are you not? You've petitioned us for aid and succor, and we intend to provide them. But we would first learn more of Sri Lakshmi, that we might better understand the nature of the threat she poses to you. A simple request, which I shall do. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image, daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There's naught she would not give. 'Twas Kalyana Broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection, which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the ether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That's true. It may be optimistic, but true. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been coloured by the summoner's state of mind, namely that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she may have also harboured thoughts of vengeance. Most likely, yes. I can't imagine she'll be particularly happy. Moreover, the Kailana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the others. This is true. The Vera and the Kailana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Vera, Sri Lakshmi embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will. And so we stand with the resistance against the Empire and give our lives for the cause. What about for the Kailana? To the Kailana, however, she embodies transcendental beauty, which they strive to create through their craft. To shape the crystal is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. Well, that sounds good. They're crafters? That sounds okay. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kalyana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. Until reality asserted itself and they summoned a primal, a fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. But surely they can see it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands. Nothing will change. The Ananta will. The Kalyana bade the Vira make pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? Those who do not wish to partake of their primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're around, they won't. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Kalyana. Will you not help them see reason? Hey, Surfer UK says, finally someone who isn't streaming New World. I know. And morning, Core. Good morning. Yeah. I logged on to Twitch today, and I just saw, like, every streamer I think I follow, every single one, New World, New World, New World, New World. It's like, wow. You can count on us. Then we shall, for without you we may be powerless to stop them. If we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. Hopefully we do get to fight it. My sister Vajra will guide you to the Dujan Kat. I shall pray for your success. I want to fight just because it looked cool. Looks like a fun primal fight. We haven't done a trial in a little while. We had the really cool like electro guy, electro fish with swords. He was fun. Well met, scions. I am Vajra, she who shines bright and unbroken. I stand ready. We leave upon your command. I thought I said crafting for a second. Okay, use a healing chest, please. Cool. Whenever I get around to playing my healer. We get some earrings. Ooh, hello, the Lady of Bliss. Alright, let's do it. You are ready? You look ready. Dajnan Kat. There you find Kalyana's crystals and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. This is like a really... I feel like this is a very, like, Indian, Hindu sort of vibes, right? It's interesting. Oh, look, we got ourselves a blue quest over here. Well, golly gee. Better do that. Gabu. Oh, yeah, I remember Gabu. Oh, yeah, was Gabu... No, Gabu is in Heaven's Word. Yeah, he's in Heaven's Word. Adventure, I'd ask you a favor. Alright, stealing stuff. Alamegans are stealing their stuff. Okay. Alright, cool. I can do that. Do that on the way. Oh, actually, no, this is actually really close to... We'll do that when we go back to the Peering Stones. The Peering Stones. The distant cousin of the Rising Stones. Distant cousin of the Rolling Stones. Top tier jokes today. We're starting strong. Start strong with the jokes. I apologize. I got some comment from one guy on one of the videos, like randomly in the middle of, I don't know, like episode 20 or something. And he was like, he was really pissed off that I was making jokes. It's like, you're ruining everything. It's like, I'm sorry, have you watched like 20 episodes before telling me how you feel? Or you could just go watch someone else, man. It was weird. He was very upset. Very upset about it. He was not happy that I was I dared to make jokes during cutscenes. Huh. We should follow their lead and let them do any fighting for now. You'll need your strength when the time comes. I expected more resistance. Let's pray our luck holds. It would be in our best interest to avoid any confrontation unless absolutely necessary. The primal and the crystals are our primary objectives. Janan Kat. The path leads to an entrance above. Within is an aetherite. You must use it to enter. Understood. With me, everyone. Oh, I think this might be a trial. A trial. It sounds trialish. If we need to use an aetherite to get in. Ah, Gabu's in the post-Heavensward quest. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Because it made us fight the level 50 version of Ifrit. Oh, hey, Sacred Marid. Are they shooting it? Oh, these are also evil. Oh my god, everyone here is evil. Oh. Can't we all just be friends? Oh, she didn't attack me. Oh, maybe they're, maybe they have to actually see me to know. Oh, there's Beru. Son of a bitch! Not you, Beru. Son of a bitch is the jump. Hello, elephant! No. Oh, no. Elephant, let's coexist. Let's coexist peacefully. Very handsome. I like your tusks. Have mercy. Ha. Oh, Beru's got his whale. Oh, man, that's so cool. It's like robo-whale. All right. Let me see. Any current nearby? 1,000 yams northwest. Oh, so it's going to be up near Ralger's Reach. That might be the last one, actually. That might actually be the last one. The fringes, it is. It is the last one. So we just need the quests. And we've done half of them. Okay, so we're actually super close to being able to fly in this zone. I guess maybe the... Do I need to do MSQ for one of them? I probably do need to do MSQ for an Ether Current as well. If anyone wants to join for this trial, which we are apparently going to do, you're welcome to join. Hello. Whee. Oh, this is a very pretty aetherite. The last ether current is always tied to the quest MSQ? Yeah. Ooh, oh man, she looks so cool. I'm glad that we get to fight her just because it looks like it's going to be a really cool fight. She's so pretty.
Why, mistress? Why does my Anamika slumber still?
Oh no.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered. Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
She said breast. Noise. Noise.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She's silent.
Oh dear.
And empty.
Only the vessel may be remade.
Oh.
Not so the flame which flickered within.
Oh man.
Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
That's almost worse than just being dead, I think. That's worse. She just brought the body back, but without the mind at all.
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alice.
Alize, have you gone mad?
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Hey Sanya, how you doing?
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood.
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray.
Oh shit, I knew I shouldn't have come in my Darth Sidious cosplay. Oh no! What a mistake! Oh gosh.
I understand how you feel.
Mistakes are
I
made.
do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you
the Emperor.
couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well. but I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
Is it not too late? Like, are they not already tempered? Or does it take time?
A worm-eaten heart may find peace.
I think it's too late.
Serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise. Naught else.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
I mean, it's a good speech. It's a good speech, but... Oh! Oh, it's Lise.
For every prayer that primal answers, it'll demand payment in kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
Poor misguided
This one.
children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen
She actually
world.
sounds really like the
Come
Lilitu.
bask in my radiance.
Sounds like Minago
Let
from a
it fill
Pathfinder
your
playthrough.
hearts and free you from your burdens.
If you guys watching the Pathfinder playthrough, she's very like Minago. It's not a good comparison. Oh, hey, Bitterbits. Hey. Ooh, look at this. Oh, hang on. I'll answer in a second. Oh, shit. Did he just push her into the fire? No, they jumped over. Uh-oh. How do I do that? That's a new move. Never done that before.
Abide in misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
Oh my. Oh, was that the tempering wave? Really? Oh, so she actually has to like send out a wave of energy to temper people, and we just blocked it. Ooh. With our force powers. Yes. How have I been enjoying Final Fantasy XIV though, as Bitterbits? Yeah, really, really a lot. I'm loving it. Having an absolute blast so far. Yeah, Heavensward was fantastic. Like, Heavensward was so good. And now Stormblood. Stormblood's been really good as well. Probably overall not as good, I do agree, as Heavensward. But I'll cover that obviously in detail when I've actually finished it. Because we have to still see where it's going. And yeah, then I'll obviously do a full review at the end and give some in-depth thoughts. But it's still really, really good. It's still really good. It's great. One of the things I particularly like about this are, again, I think that just the dungeons and the zones, the visuals definitely have taken a big step up. I think they're just really incredible. Like the last dungeon we did, Doma Castle, was just, it was pretty jaw-dropping. It was awesome. It was so, so good. But yeah. Is there really no way we can fight alongside you without being turned into one of your dreamers? But, I knew things were not going to end well the moment she stepped out of hiding. But yeah, it doesn't have quite the punch the Heavensward had. I think that I would say that compared to Heavensward so far, from the story so far, I would say that that I don't know. I guess like you're not as invested in the characters. Like the characters aren't quite as interesting. Like traveling around with Alice and Lise was pretty cool. It's been pretty fun. But I think like you had that sort of really edgy dynamic of traveling around with Isael and Estinian and Alphino, where it was like, what are Asael and Estinian actually going to do? Are they actually reliable? And it had that sort of, that stress to it, which was kind of interesting, and like where it was going to go. This is a little bit safer, maybe. Or like Hien versus Aymeric. I definitely prefer Aymeric overall to Hien, though Hien's great. But Aymeric is just like special. I like Orshafan and all that. I think the characters of Heaven's Word had a bit more, I don't know, I felt they were like a bit more personally tied in. And you were personally more connected with their story. But at the same time, what I really, really, really like about Stormblood, I actually really enjoyed, in particular, like the Alamigo story. And I've actually felt that the story overall has been really heart-wrenching. Like, just the story of the oppression of these people and the suffering that they're going through. I thought they actually did an incredibly good job of that. Like, especially the stuff around Ralger's Reach, I thought was just incredibly well done. And again, Yanksha was also well done too, I thought, to give you that sense for, like, these are oppressed peoples, like, under the heel of the Empire, and this is what life is like for them. And yeah, just getting you invested in that story and being like a real underdog against the Empire. I thought that stuff has been done incredibly well. And I think that Yotsuyu and Xenos have been really good villains, and Fordola as well have been really good villains. I thought they've been really interesting and a little bit different as well, a little bit more unique. Whereas like the Archbishop was, he's a good villain, but he's a very standardy sort of villain, He was quite a standard villain. I think that Xenos, I love the mystery around Xenos in particular. It's like, what is he actually up to? What's his game? Where's his power come from? Or then you got Tsuyu being kind of tragic, but very twisted and very evil. It's really cool. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's go. I know, it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try, Catkeks. I had to try, and I failed. So you have to fight. There's no other way. Never stop trying. Yeah, never stop trying, Alice. It means a lot to hear you say that. It does. But it doesn't make it any easier to have to ask you to face that thing. We can but do that which is within our power. Lise, Alphino, and I will go and seize their crystal stores. This will not happen again. And you, when it is finished, we will be waiting for you. Okay? Emanation, now accessible. Alright. So Beru obviously wants to come, I think, if Beru's still on. Let me check my friend list. Beru. Might be just the two of us, Beru, because I don't know if Sanya's back. Oh, maybe Sanya is just back, actually. Sanya, if you want to join, you're welcome to. If you're busy, no worries. We are going to do the trial. Invite. Awesome. I don't know if Luthius wants to come. Let's see. All right, so Emanation. It's only our second trial. I guess, actually, when you look at it, we only had the... In Heaven's Word, I guess we only had the level 53 and 57 trials, and then the rest were at max level. Compared to a Realm Reborn had like trials sprinkled the whole way through. The trials are definitely more limited, actually, in the expansions. And I actually think it works well. It makes them sort of... It does make them stand out a bit more, I guess. Because Realm Reborn had a ton of trials, but you kind of did the same ones twice and stuff like that. Okay, anyway, Emanation. Upon witnessing her daughter's death at the hands of Fordola and her skulls, the Kalyana broodmother cries out to the heaven in despair, and a primal answered. Sri Lakshmi, patron deity of the Ananta, came forth from the ether, and the Imperials were put to flight. Alas, the tale did not end there, for now the Kalyana demand that the Vira come and pay tribute to the goddess. And so it falls to you and your comrades to journey unto the Kalyana stronghold of Janan Kat, and put an end to Sri Lakshmi's dream. Let's freaking go! Enjoy the trial. I will. I always enjoy the trials. I do. They're always really fun. And I thought that the first trial of Stormblood, I've been really, really impressed by the dungeons and stuff in Stormblood. Like, the dungeons have all been super fun. They've been great. Like, Siren Song Sea was good and solid. Shisui was a really pretty dungeon. Again, Bardam's Metal, Doma Castle were beautiful. And I thought these two were, like, really epic scale to them. And the trial, the first trial was great as well. So good. So I'm looking forward to this. my god. What is this? Vril? Temporarily disguise yourself as one of her dreamers. What? Nani?
Open your heart to me.
What is this stuff? No idea what's going on right now. I like the music though. We get to attack her now? Oh, we do. Hand of Grace. Sounds kind of bad. Big cast time on it. Whoa, what is this? So these are going to explode in like this pattern, I guess. When do they fall off? There we go. Okay. The Pull of Light. No idea what any of this is going to do. Hand of Beauty. Okay, so they're dropping off flowers. Okay. She's a lot of health. Okay.
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
What do we do? Touch one of these? Do I need to press this? Oh, I think I was supposed to use this and then take one. Oh, she's really big. Oh my. How cool. Your Vril dissipates. Rip Sanya. No.
I shall free you from your hate.
Chanchala. One of the funny things is that, you know, sometimes does this refill my Vril? It does. Divine Denial. What do we do here? Use Vril again, I suppose. Ignite my Vril, madam. Your Vril dissipates. Good. Hand of Beauty.
Surrender to bliss.
Okay, we need to pick up another Vril orb when we get a chance.
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Oh, I don't want to stand. Oh! Are these getting bigger every time? There's a fire. Put this back on. Hand is great. Okay. I kind of want to get closer. I don't know. Maybe that was bad.
Your souls are stained.
Oh my. Okay, this could get kind of gnarly, huh? I go here. Full of light. Oh shit, I need to reapply my dot. It fell off. Whoops.
I shall free you from your hate.
Oh man, I hate this fucking thing. If I run really far away. Oh, we almost have the level 3. I'm gonna try get my move off. I'm gonna try it. No! Someone else did it! No! I'm so disgusted right now. Some other stinky guy did his one. Boo. Boo to you, sir.
Surrender to bliss. Your souls are stained.
Here. Do not hit people. We got it. Okay. Okay. you think that it was the ninja that did the limit break? Yeah, god damn it. He was like instant. I was pretty ready, you know. I guess I wasn't ready enough. I feel like he got it like the GCD it came active. Like, he was super quick. Nice. So, real. How much? Oh, it gives you like a 50-second buff? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not bad then. Whee. Cool. Thanks, guys. That was awesome. Let's see the cutscene. He must have been watching for it. Yeah, he was super watching for it. Like, I was watching for it. But clearly, I thought I'd have a little leeway.
You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
So it was during some big mechanic, wasn't it? Anyway. It's the power of the dark side, Lise.
It looks like the Inanta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
Oh, Sanya, you got a pity commendation? Nice.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope, our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone. But that's how we all feel, don't you see? If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace. Your crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words, and leave me to mourn.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Girabania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
I can't believe in that cutscene we actually look so much like Darth Kermit, just whispering over her shoulder. Do it. Do it. Strike them down. Embrace your anger. Meanwhile in the classic Meanwhile in the Palace of Alamigo. These are always fun. Xenos. He's having a tea party. It's actually lovely. Everyone's happy.
The savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
Ooh, ooh.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
Ooh.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
I like how she stopped and let them say their whole thing. She just kept walking. Maybe she stopped at a door. Can't see. Oh, she is. Okay. Huh. Yeah, this is actually a live cutscene from the Blizzard headquarters. It's terrible, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat. That is... Oh. Oh boy. Send her to the Cosby Suite, quick. Fucking hell.
Fedora Rem Lupus.
Jesus. Right.
Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble so? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
Fetch me my golf bag.
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show.
Ooh.
Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
Ooh.
I want... I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Very well. then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits.
Ooh.
Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Transcend, my lord.
That's primal
I
talk.
came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
That's primal talk right there. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Is he just hiding behind the throne the whole time? Wow. Not like called in from a side room like, hey, surprise, I was here all along. Nice, man. Like I said, this is one of the best parts of Stormblood. Is actually the villains are great. The villains are so good. We had to use force to secure the crystals. Alagiri was not gentle. Oh, what did she do? We're finished then. Good. I'm glad it's over. You live. I had my doubts. Welcome back. Really, Core? You didn't like Xenos? Man, I love Xenos from the start. I thought he's been great. Actually, the only thing I would say critical about Xenos is that I feel like he was too merciful in Doma. Like, I loved all the stuff he's done in Alamigo. It's been incredible. And then I kind of like he came all the way to Doma just to be like, yeah, I guess I'll let you live, and then he left. So I kind of wish he'd actually killed someone or done something really bad in Doma. He could have done more. I wish we could have left on better terms, but that was never going to happen. It could be a problem if they get their hands on any more crystals, though. Never mind. We'll deal with that when the time comes. Let's get earrings. Doesn't really matter. Ah, here we go. A shore log. Heavily spiced Dozomi charged perfection over an open flame. Common fare among the nomadic steppe tribes. So that's kind of weird we get this here. Wait, there's the ether current and the earrings. Excellent. Excellent. You've done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praises of the Icon Slayer. Let us bear word to them of Sri Lakshmi's passing. Come, friends, to Vira Nilya. Alright. You thought he was kind of meh as a villain? Okay, fair enough. I mean, each to their own. Like, I've actually, like I said, I've really liked him as a villain so far. I just hope he gets to do more bad stuff, more evil stuff. I feel like they started him off super strong, and then they're like, okay, well, we guess we can't have him kill everyone, so let's rein him in a little bit. Let's rein him in a little bit. I'm like, no, let him off the leash. Let him go nuts. You were like, who the fuck is this pretty boy? You know what? I actually think it's all right. I don't know. He's grown on me. Like, that put me off at the start as well. I was like, oh man, is he just gonna be some pretty boy elfy thing? But he's actually great. Compared to that was something that always bothered me from The Witcher 3. I didn't like the whole pretty boy elf thing there, and I never really got over that. I was like, they were so much cooler without that. But yeah. Anyway, I just hope we won't have to deal with any more primals before we march on Alamigo. If only I had your power, the things I would do. I'd do ocean fishing. Had Kalyana's beliefs been closer to those of the Vira, this crisis surely could have been avoided. Ah, the winds whispered of your success. Your eyes confirm their testimony. Lady of Bliss no longer holds our Kalyana sisters in her thrall. For this we thank you. So they're free. Catkeks did the deed. We were but witnesses to her heroism. However, I fear this is only the beginning. How are they free from her thrall? Are they just doing this as a more general thing? Because as far as I knew, if you were tempered by a primal, you were like tempered, and there was no coming back. Right? However, I fear this is only the beginning, for there's no cure for that which drives the desperate to beseech the gods for salvation. Should they wish to use their crystals to summon Sri Lakshmi again, naught can be done to stop them. Oh, it's more of a figurative thrall this time? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they were speaking more generally. All right. We ignored our sisters' plights at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavor to show them another path, so the day you speak of never comes. We're all in this together, Alamegans and Ananta. We understand that. Hopefully in time they will too. You and yours will ever be friends of the Vera. On that you have my word. We should be getting back to the Peering Stones. Thank you again, Sarisha, for everything. Okay. I'm gonna go this way. I'm not gonna teleport there. I'm gonna go do this quest first. Yeah. Does the cost go down as we get closer? Nah, I don't think so. Can I go through this mountain? Oh shit, I can't. Okay. Let's go around the mountain. Be coming around the mountain when she comes. Doma bored him to tears? Yeah, yeah. I guess that's the implication. Strapping leader? What's happening here? Oh my god, it's all happening here. Please wait if you'd listen for a moment. Keep that thing away from me. I fear they won't listen to anything I have to say. We should go after him and explain his people are trespassing. Must tend to my wounds. Oh, so the Alamegans are trespassing, but they don't realize it, and they think they're being attacked. Okay. I see. Cool. Oh, we stand this way. Oh. Yeah, mini stab. Yeah, I appreciate it, mini stabber. Cheers. Yeah, it's like I said, oftentimes I'm just sort of giving my thoughts out loud and stuff like that, because I think it sort of makes it entertaining for people watching, and you know, so you guys know what I'm thinking about. But yeah, exactly. Like I'm definitely never asking for spoilers. Do not want to be spoiled. I'm just like, this is what I'm wondering about right now. Bam. Xenos' simple in his motive. Well, the thing is, like, right now, I have no idea what Xenos' motives are. Like, it appears that Xenos is just, like, completely overpowered, basically. He's, like, super strong. He's just completely kicking the shit out of everyone with minimal effort. And he's just, like, it seems like he just wants to piss everyone off. He just wants everyone to go fucking crazy with rage because he's such a bastard, so that they'll become stronger. And I think he just wants the competition. He just wants to fight someone really strong for the sake of just fighting someone really strong. That's what it seems to be so far, but I don't know. We don't know how he is as powerful as he is. We don't know if that's like his end game. Is that what he really wants? Like what would actually happen if he did fight someone that strong? But more importantly, it's like, how is he that powerful? Like, we're the Warrior of Light and he's kicking the crap out of us. Like, how is that happening? So that's the mystery right now. You're trying to help that thing. Yeah, they're nice. They're snake people. Sexy snakes, huh? Only want us to leave their hunting grounds? They're not savage monsters? Oh, sorry about that. Great. We're from a small village in the peaks. All right. Let's scavenge some food. Okay, great. I'm mostly sort of skipping through now these little side quests because they're, you know, you get the gist, right? Pretty straightforward. Okay. So, you know what? Let's actually run up. Yeah. Can I get across this way? Can I get across through their village? Should go around. He's like One Punch Man? Yeah, pretty much. He's super OP. Hilarious. He's too powerful and everyone bores him. Yeah, that's what it seems. That's what it seems. So I'm curious. I'm very interested to see where it's going to go. Yeah. For me, actually, I didn't really like Yotsuyu at the start. I was like, man, she's just super evil and twisted. But then I kind of liked the sort of the tragedy of her story. And the thing I liked the most about Yotsuyu as a villain was that I thought it was a good counterpoint. I thought that Yotsuyu as a villain was a really good counterpoint to the overall story of the good guys here. Where it's like, for the good guys, it's like the Alamegans, the Domans, that are oppressed, that are being treated like crap, and they're having these awful lives. But the story for them is like, despite the shit that we're going through, it's like recovering hope. It's about recovering hope and, you know, becoming heroes and like sort of saving ourselves and fighting for good, fighting for each other, right? It's about supporting each other and overcoming the bad shit. And then Yotsuyu provides the counterpoint to that, which is like, she too got treated like crap, was like basically oppressed and had terrible stuff. But instead of like overcoming it and using that as a catalyst to become better and to support each other, she just used that, or it became just her justification, her motivation for becoming horrible and evil and just tormenting people and torturing that, and like, yeah, torturing them, taking out, you know, just taking pleasure in their pain. So I thought it was a really good counterpoint, right? It's a really good comparison, where it's like, for her, it was completely justified. It's like, I'm doing these evil things, but look at all the crap that was done to me. And it's like, look at all the crap that's being done to everyone here, and they're not doing what you're doing. I thought that it was a good way that they did it. Are they willing to listen? Yes. I solved your problems. Men from the peaks. Interesting. We're concerned the M tribe may have coerced them into stealing from our land. My sisters will be relieved. Cool. Ooh, a share of our food stores in exchange for materials for our gem crafting. That would be a fair trade. Ah, interesting. The beginning of a fruitful partnership may be at hand. Oh, that's a fun resolution to that quest. Cool. My question is, can I get across the canyon from this side? I don't think so. Let's take a look. The difference for her, she never had anyone to be good to her. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. That I think I can. Oh, I can just jump down. Hey, wee. Splash. Ouch. Yeah. A lot of the people, the Domans, do have friends, or like a lot of their friends and family got killed, but they still have some people to care for them, or they have their tribes, they have their village. Whereas she kind of had no one. Is sort of the implication. That's a good point. This bear makes a funny sound when he's running. Is that what bears sound like when they run? I think this might be in the river. Yeah, it looks like this is gonna be in the river. It's hard to tell what bears sound like when you're screaming as you run from them. Fair point. That's a fair point. Okay, great. So, to double check, ether currents. We just have 3 quests to do. Okay. 3 more quests to do. I think one is over here. It's the Hidden Truth. Okay, that's one of them. Which is back here. Then we've got one over here, I think. And then the third one might be from MSQ. So let's keep going. To the Peering Stones. You're back. Do those bags contain what I think they do? Yes, I have 3 dinosaurs in these bags. There you go. Wow, you really did it. Okay. Meat rations. Good. Did you know that Teleosaurus isn't even native to these lands? The Garleans used them for carrying freights, but the Sods couldn't keep them under control. Few escaped into the wilds and started breeding, and here we are? Wow, you could say it's a blessing in disguise. That's kind of interesting. That is kind of interesting. Shinjo Bob. Oh, you're Makote's from the M tribe. How cool. Welcome back. Conrad and Marshal Tarpon came to render aid. I hear that won't be necessary. It won't. Sri Lakshmi's gone. Ah, but I should probably start at the beginning. How many tribes are there? Actually, and this is an interesting question. So, because the game was obviously originally in Japanese, like, if it was originally in English, you might say, like, there's... How many letters? Is there 26? I think it's 26 letters in the alphabet. Would there be 26 tribes? But I don't know how many letters are in a Japanese alphabet. Oh, there are 26 tribes. Oh. How does it translate into Japanese? Like, how does it work? Do they have 26 letters? That's quite a coincidence, if so. Incredible. I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows how where it would have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, Catkeks. Take pride in that. It must be said that this is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a tribe as a whole. Kalane Vetchi! Hey, good morning. Good morning. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. In any event, the Kalyana supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future, and ambient ether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters then, what news of the Imperials? None, which is itself troubling. It seems as though the skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn into the peaks. We've seen neither hide nor hair of them since Volodnia. They don't really have alphabets. Oh. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided it's time to advance east. Finally. They have 48 syllables. He was also most emphatic that you be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the warrior of light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. We may not be as strong or as quick as her, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. Aye, you've earned this respite, so enjoy it. The same goes for you, Minago. You've been away from your family too long. Don't deny it. As you say, sir. Thank you. We'll make the most of our time here. Nago used to tell me stories about her home, but somehow it didn't really register that we'd be up this high. I know how you feel. I've never taken kindly to people telling me to rest. Wow. Like a little kid. Bedtime, bed. No, I don't want to go to bed. Bedtime, go to bed. Much will hinge on whether we can capture or destroy Specula Imperatoris. Though the facility was unassailable from the north, it is very much vulnerable to attack from the south. Looks like it's up to me and mine to give you lot a proper welcome. My mother prepared a special meal for this occasion. I have it on good authority that hers is the finest cooking this side of the Volodnia. Ooh, nice. Oh, interesting. Tribes are only for the Keepers of the Sun, Makote. The Keepers of the Moon have family names. They don't have big tribal communities. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Honored guests, I pray you partake of our humble offerings as we give thanks for your many valiant deeds. Ooh, yummy. Big old chickens. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We're honored to break bread with you and your family. Come, come, eat your fill of our food and drink deep of our spirits. There's more than enough for all. Well, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. So are the Keepers of the Moon, are they the ones that have like the alpha male that shags all the women? Is that them? They don't do that with these tribal guys don't do that? Or is it the tribe guys that do that? No, that's the son? Okay. Nah, okay. Oh, Chloe is the Alipo family. Ah. Okay. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother can cook. You know, seeing her with her family, I can't help thinking of my own. And Catkeks is a son, Makote, right? How my father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder, and Ida would prepare it with herbs and spices. Our mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But they wouldn't let us have even that. Theodoric, Gaius, of course Father and Ida had to fight. I would have too if I'd been older, but they didn't have to die. It never ends, does it? They call us beasts and they treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms or summons a god. A false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die and nothing gets better and it just goes on and on and on? Oh, so, yeah, I know about the, like, Manago or, like, Ishtola. Her name is actually Shtola. She's from the Y tribe. So, actually, by me being a son Makote and being called Catkeks McMeow, I've actually, like, completely broken. I should be C. Atkeks. Catkeks. I've got a Moon Makote name, but I'm a son Makote, right? There is no justice, just us. That's right. I know. That's why we're here, isn't it? Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. Who knows what the answers are, or if there even are any. Either way, life goes on and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired. Time to turn in, I think. Tomorrow's another day, eh? Let's see what it brings. Sleep well, Catkeks. Those surnames are given after your father's name? Oh, so my father would be called McMeow? Nice. Nice. So if your mother's food is so good, why are you such a terrible cook? Honestly, you've got to get her to teach you the basics while we're here. Wow, rude. How long has it been since I last saw my father? Maybe Alphino and I should plan a trip to Charlayan. When all this is out— Wait, what? Nani? Their father's alive? I always assume they were like orphans. They're from Charlayan. But wasn't Charlayan destroyed? I'm so confused right now. What? But we were in Charlayan. And they're like, it's wrecked, right? Where's their dad gone then? Like, so it's in Travania. Like this. Is it this? No, wrong one. Where's Idleshire? Down here. So this is like Charlayan. An Idleshire. But like it's full of goblins now. Their parents are still alive. New Charlayan was destroyed. Old Charlayan is still there across the ocean. Oh, wait, what? That's a colony? That was a colony? Oh, that's old Charlayan. Wait, that's old Charlayan. New Charlian is still there. No, we were in the new Charlian. The new is destroyed. The old one... Oh my... I'm so confused right now. What? The Hinterlands is new? Okay, okay, so basically there's two Charlians. One of them is old, one of them is new. Apart, we're getting both versions. And whichever. Okay, the one in the Hinterlands is abandoned, but there's still the one that's across the sea. Ah. The one in Dravania was an outpost that they founded, and their dad was in charge. Garlemald attacked. Then their dad remembered that he was Swiss, and he went home to Switzerland. I see. Charlian is a nation. It's an island in the northwest. Okay. Okay. Ah, Moonbreda came from the non-destroyed one. Ah, or sorry, abandoned one, not destroyed. I mean, it's kind of half destroyed. So they abandoned it. They abandoned it during the Garlean invasion that preceded the fall of Alamigo. Without saying more, Charlian will play a major part in Endwalker. Okay. Huh. The old Charlian is the original one. The one we visited was new, which is an outpost. Kryl is also from the old. Okay. Okay. So their parents were actually totally fine. Man, I kind of assumed that their parents were dead and that it was Louis Sois that looked after them. Because like they never talked. I don't think she's ever mentioned her parents before this. It's always like my grandfather, my grandfather. Their poor grandmother never gets a word in either. It's all Louis Sois. But yeah. I see. Yeah, a lot of the Scions were part of the outpost or colony in Dravania. Yeah. It seemed like that. Like Ishtola was obviously had lived there, I guess, or whatever. Cool. The twins are on a gap year. We're on a gap year. With grandpapa on a gap year, traveling, seeing the world. Yeah. It's just life is just so difficult. I need a gap year. You know. I've just done so much already in life. I need a gap year. There's something to be said for a home-cooked meal, is there not? We must cherish these moments, fleeting as they are. The fight will always be there, waiting for us to return. No doubt. Aha, here's the last blue quest. Aha. Aha. Oh, no, never mind. New contenders, not the last blue quest. Maybe this is the last blue quest. Ether current quest, I should say. Yeah, we got that one there. Let's see. No. Hopes you're ready to rejoin the main host. Yes, I am. I trust you're well rested and refreshed, yes? Let's return to the front. The greater part of the Alliance forces should have... Oh, there's a panda! What? You can get a panda? They should have advanced into the peaks by now. I expect we'll pass many of our comrades on the road east. There's a checkpoint along the way, as I recall. We'll only need to identify ourselves to the soldiers in order to pass. Alright. Okay, before we... Okay, this is making us leave the zone. Let's grab this quest over here anyway. Get this done. Charlene is really politically neutral and isolationist as a culture. The young people in the outpost, who didn't really see why they had to abandon their home, fell in with the dangerous radical Louis Sois when he decided not to stay neutral. Ah, interesting. Oh, have I stepped up my glamour game? I mean, I'm not really glamored right now, but what do you think of my look? You like my look? Alamigan prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone, Striders, Ananta, it mattered not. Most were forced to serve the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they would never return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would have to be Bittermill. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Garleans first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in that rebel. So, interesting. The Sharlayans are one of the technological powerhouses of the world, but they use magic rather than ceruleum. Ah. Sharlayan built all the Aetherites. Ooh, nice. Good job, Sharlayan. Yeah, I hadn't that's a big bear. Hi, big bear. I hadn't realized that they were like... Yeah, it's crazy. Okay. I thought that I thought they were gone. I thought they were all dead or whatever. I obviously didn't pay enough attention in Idleshire. Whoops. What are the Garleans doing here? They cannot be allowed to leave. Get them. So. Wah! Goodness, that's smarts. Oh, Eorzu is pissed because the Sharlayans left. They thought that they would support them, but they left when the Garleans invaded. Ah. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training. No amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffin's Bane. That was a magnificent display. Garlean soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares. I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. They're like the elves, like in Lord of the Rings. They're just like, shit's going down, let's fuck off across the sea. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Garleans should be too busy contending with the resistance to waste time in a place like this. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom after my heart returns to my chest. She's a moon cat, because Tala Malko. I see. Look at her go. Huh. Drawing a blank. This is a blue quest? Oh, I can fly here now. I think that was it. Sorry to keep you waiting. I remember you guys saying I should do all of these, so... I fear the battlefield's no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Now, let's begin our search. We'd like to cover more ground if we'd split up. Hopefully, there's still some trace of prisoners left here. Ah, we can fly. Nice. Fly like a bird. Okay, footprints. Some of them are fresh. Interesting. A locked door. The cloying stench of rotting debris fills your nostrils. You're unable to discern where the odor's coming from. Ooh. Okay, I need one more clue. Fly, bird, fly. Deserted house. The house is much too clean to have been abandoned for 20 years. Interesting. Okay. Ah, Catkeks, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell. Okay. Unwell? Unwell? No, definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine. But what of you? A little girl dressed in strange clothes. Quite strange, quite strange. Okay. What? You have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I'm a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder. Thank you very much. Now, who are you? What business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much, very much. You don't remember. Well, is there anything you can remember? Remember. Yes, something about this place. Something familiar, quite familiar. Catkeks, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he's not from this place. Considering he's Elizan, he's likely a Gridanian escaped from the Garleans. Or perhaps... Could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Garlean soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses. We may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories, sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much, very much. Alright then, let's return to Castor Morians. My browbeating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. It seems a little ominous. What's he up to? Oh my. We fly. Do I have anything from the peaks? Oh, I've like nothing in the peaks at all. Whoops. We'll have to get that as we go through. Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expected such wild claims from Lieutenant Malko, but if you would corroborate her report, perhaps this warrants investigation. Until further notice, he shall stay under the protection of the Eorzean Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you cannot just... Lieutenant Malko, get this man a hot meal and a warm bed. When he's had a bit of rest, see what he knows of Bittermill and the Garleans. Should not be long before we reach a resolution to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee. Okay. This questline is optional? Yes, it is. It's a blue quest. It is a blue quest. I imagine Lieutenant Malko has finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. Oh, Catkeks, I've just finished her questioning. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past. The only thing he's certain of is that he escaped from Garlean captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. But where does Bittermill fit into all of this? I fear we've reached an impasse. It's not as if we can ask the Garleans what they're doing there. Or perhaps we can. The soldier who escaped us earlier must know something to have been prowling about the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Catkeks, we must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned. Ooh, when we hit 70, we need to go do all the samurai quests as well. We'll get new samurai armor, right? We'll get like the samurai set at 70, I think. You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill? Well, you should know I've already dispatched a reconnaissance team. After reading Lieutenant Malko's report, I thought it prudent he be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep at Owen's stash. There's no need for that, sir. Catkeks and I will go. Alright, let's do it. The 70 gear serves as the basis for Stormblood relic gear? Okay, how does that work? So there's relic armor now? On your guard, Catkeks. I have a bad feeling about this place. It's complicated, not for every job, but for roles. Okay. Interesting. We'll see when we get there, I guess. We found him, Catkeks. We really found him. What are you? Ugh. These wounds, if he's not treated soon, he won't be telling anyone anything. He's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go tell Serpent Marshal Brookstone we found him. He needs medical assistance before he can be moved. Yes, ma'am. Oh, it turns into the elemental armor stuff. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. The elemental armor. I thought that was like a Shadowbringer's thing. Cool. Okay. My men have searched high and low, yet there's no sign of this runaway soldier. We found him. You found him at Owen's stash. Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He's severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this Bittermill business. Okay. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go see if you can find Lieutenant Mulco. Want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Wait, it's right here. Oh. Thought she's still in the cave. Guess not. Ah, Catkeks, I'm happy to report we managed to bring him back safely, and not a minute too soon. I plan to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and the bleeding stopped. I imagine we won't have to wait very long. Okay. Oh, we gotta wait. Okay. Ooh, level 70 samurai quest. Gets me a box of gear that includes all the left side, including a new weapon. Ooh, I'm quite happy with my weapon, but okay. Be fun. New glamour set though. Always good. We should probably get to it today, most likely. Excuse me. It seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you, you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now start talking. What were you doing out there at Bittermill? We were looking for someone, an escapee from one of our facilities. He'd lost his memory, was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far. Alright, that ties in with what we think about the other guy. I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him, though he cannot recall where. So, he returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it. Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything you know, I'll do all within my power to see your life is spared. Do we have a deal? It's a pretty good deal. Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Garleans any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. Okay, great. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners were relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Garleans' more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone it came into contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called. It's a nice war crime right there. Lovely. That's horrible. Their intention was to drive Eorzean forces back without wasting any of their own on the front lines. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers, and what better place than a village long abandoned by its people? Not a single prisoner survived, their test proving a resounding success. It was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. Yeah, given that it wasn't, something clearly went wrong. To the surprise of many, the project was shut down before Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and interim leader of the Alamigan province, Gaius von Balzar. Gaius? No way. The Black Wolf would not allow the senseless murdering of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Good guy Gaius. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd already hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather could not, tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad, couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of his experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process. Oh, and this guy is the doctor? No. That means the man we found earlier. Aye, that's him. Grillermaeus, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. Ooh! Wow, so this guy we rescued is like a frickin' war crime chemical weapon designer. Holy shit. I can't believe that incoherent mess of a man was a scientist in service to the Garleans. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. What's happening here? Oh. What do you think, Catkeks? A part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill was used for their experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work, and if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it. Catkeks, we have to go back to Bittermill. Oh, you think it's buried at Bittermill? Is that why the whole place is like dead? There's a chemical weapon like leaking into the ground or something? Or just the research? Oh man, this is interesting, alright. Gaius, when he heard about the Black Rose. Such devastation! This was not my intention! Like, Gaius, stop ordering super weapons if you're not gonna go through with them. God damn it, Gaius. For fuck's sake. Alright, let's split up. There has to be something here. I'm not leaving till we find it. Buyer's remorse, very much so. There's nothing buried. Oh, what? I just got bamboozled. I thought I found it. I think that guy there is trying a second time. Respect the hustle. Doesn't work once, try again. Digging reveals a small metal container. Probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Malko wants to know about what you found. Okay, before I turn this in, I actually need to send a quick message. But basically, I was talking to one of my friends about joining a static for Endwalker. Because I think he's in an FC that has, I think, 3 different statics. But yeah, basically, I was talking to him about maybe joining, but the problem is that they're actually on a different data center. So I'm actually not going to go with them. It would have been great. It would be super handy. But the thing is, if I swap data center, it basically means that everyone that I'm playing with here, I can't play with them anymore. So that I was kind of like, nah, you know what? So I need to message him back. But yeah, maybe once they add cross data centers, then yeah, I would do it. But yeah, I heard that cross data center stuff is delayed. So seeing as it's delayed, I don't want to do that because that would be really awkward. It would be like basically everyone that joins in and actually helps and has been having fun joining in with the streams wouldn't be able to join anymore, which would be really shitty. So I don't actually want to switch. We'll see. You found something. I did. A metal container? Could it be? The missing sample of Black Rose? So he was telling the truth after all. There's no time to be sentimental nor hasty. Any mishaps in mishandling that container could prove disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone. Okay, we just got casually picking up a chemical weapon, as you do. And it's got text as well. Okay, cool. Put it in my bag next to the leveling food. Yep. I should put it in my bag with those 3 dinosaurs. That would be handy. Plenty of space in there, apparently. Lieutenant Malko reporting, sir. We've discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He is Grillermais, former chief of research for the 14th Imperial Legion, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. Hellbreath, you're doing Lakshmi? Cool. After a thorough survey of Bittermill, we've discovered what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it. You're not far behind. Attention, this is Brookstone. A container we believe to contain a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately. As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands. I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely moved to a secure location, rest assured we'll see to its disposal. As for Grillermai, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment would be quite severe. Yeah, I mean, probably execution, right? I almost pity the man, but memories or no, his crimes cannot be excused. Lieutenant Malko, Catkeks, you've done well today. I'm sure you're both quite tired. Go and rest, you've earned it. Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Gridania to write up a report. The events at Bittermill need to be recorded, that we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. I wish I could accompany you a while longer, but I'm sure the Great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all your help. I look forward to adding your feats of daring to our records someday. Cool. Alright, very nice. Oh, there's Nadila. Alright, Elbrith, me lad. How you doing, me boy? Alright, so... New contender. That's also a blue quest. That's probably Beast Tribe, maybe? I don't know. New contender. Whee! Off we go. Let's go. That's the other half that will unlock a Beast Tribe stuff. Aha. Oh. These are the Beast Tribe. I'm presuming the Beast Tribe is the Ananta, no? Probably won't do it right now. Let's do a little more MSQ, I think. So we have like the Kojin, are obviously a Beast Tribe. The Ananta. Oh, there's 2 mounts as a reward. Oh, is this how we get the elephant mount? Do you get the elephant mount from the Ananta? That's kind of tempting, if so. Oh, the Namazu. Kojin, Ananta, Namazu. Oh, they have the elephant. Ooh. Oh, shit. White Griffin? White Griffin is cool, but elephant. Elephant. That is very tempting. Namazu Beast Tribe mount is the best mount? This location just seems like mountains. Strange. I think there's like stuff underground in here, I think is what it is. Virjala. It's the river, I think. Namazu are a crafting tribe? Ah, cool. Namazu are crafters. This is where the Sarlacc lives. The Sarlacc pit. Scions, pleasure to have you with us again. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Alagiri. I've already begun fortifying it as our new base of operations in the peaks. Give a shout to the lads as you pass, eh? Alagiri, huh?
I remember how they laughed. Alliance and resistance soldiers, eager for battle, trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks. Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat. But we beat the Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village, the first of many.
Poor old Catkeks is getting cooked in this heavy robe. We are way too heavily armored for this place. And that's where we were before. Oh, we're in a totally other half of the zone. So we were down there before. This is actually awesome. There's like different halves of the zone. Ooh, look at that. It's like a ship. Oh, the music here is banging as well. Through the pass and onwards to the southeast, was it? The Imperials sure do like their towers, don't they? They do. My village, the one we visited with Mefred, is far to the north. There's no easy way to get to it from here, though. Yeah, it's like totally separate from us, huh? Cool. Cool. As you can see, this part of the peaks is much higher than the northern reaches, hence why the Imperials built Specula Imperatoris where they did. See those three towers to the east? That's her. Sits right at the edge of a cliff, so attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, on the other hand, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Volodnia was so important, eh? Right then, come along. They're waiting for us in Alagiri. Yeah, I actually quite like how they do it. I think it's really cool that you kind of, you sort of briefly stop in some of the zones. You know, you go through them, you see them once, but then you kind of move on and you come back. Like Sea of Clouds was the same. Sea of Clouds is like you do a little bit in Sea of Clouds, but then it's like you really have to wait till you come back later to do it all. I actually kind of like that. It's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I saw that ether current. I'm going for it. Was it up here? Maybe. Now it seems like the 6th zone is always like the super endgame zone, like Azizla. And I guess here it's going to be the locks. The locks, I guess, are going to be the equivalent of Azizla, where it's like, well, Azizla was like radically, oh my, look at this thing. Ugh! Azizla was radically different from everything else that we did. Like, it's completely different from all the other zones. It was a change of pace. Cut down to size. This one's southwest. Okay. Travanian Forelands? No, I think that the Western Hinterlands was the first full zone, wasn't it? I think the Western Hinterlands is the first full zone we did, if I'm not wrong. In which is the second zone. In Heavensward? No? Wait, there's one east now? Wait, I'm so confused. There's one now east. Good blade. Southeast. Okay. Ah, there it is. Ooh, there's some big old blue crystal thing here, huh? Ooh. Huh. So once we go east again. Ah, no, we'll be east soonish. Anyway. Oh, this is the town. Oh. Oh, this is the town. There's only 5 zones in Shadowbringers? Definitely only 5. Okay. Alagiri is once a hub of trade and commerce, as I recall, hence the need for a large central square. Do we know anything about Endwalker zones yet? Alagiri's famous for that giant crystal. Some say Ralker himself put it there. Oh, really? Huh. The settlement is remarkably intact. I see little evidence of fighting. Here we are, the new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. Cool. Upgrade. Ah, there you are. Greetings, General. I see you've been quite busy in our absence. Less than you may imagine. The Imperials fled at our coming, and we took the village without a fight. Your timing's impeccable. We are about to discuss our strategy to seize Specula Imperatoris. Though we are fresh from the road, we should be glad to attend. Good. Take a moment to gather yourselves and join us when you're ready. Alright. Now I've got to get the Aetheryte first. We're going to be exploring some long-awaited places. Cool. Seen parts of them are in the benchmark. Again, we'll probably save that. We'll probably do the... Is the benchmark like you can... Like it will basically like run in-game? And benchmark your PC and see how well it will run? That's worth doing, actually. But then again, by the time I am able to do it, it'd probably be too late to actually upgrade our PC. Probably. Well, rip, I guess. Home of the Range. Mount Yorn. The Locks is over there. We got a dungeon. Cold Hearth Resident. Okay. Das Boot. Saint Slayer. Cool. Not in-game, it's a separate program. It uses the game engine. It gives you a score afterwards. Oh, that's cool. Huh. That might be worth doing, alright. Ooh, new armor. Gazelle Corselet of Striking. What's this look like? Oh, wow. Super light armor, huh? Okay. Co-defending is pretty heavy. Oh, the maiming one's really light as well. Scouting. These are all just different colors of the same thing. Cool. Well, you heard the Flame General. Looks like we got a meeting to attend. You can insert your own character into the benchmark or create a new one. Huh. Has some fairly big spoilers, so don't do it until you finish the whole story. Okay. I won't. You can make the new Vieira bunny boys. Oh my god. I definitely do not want to be a bunny boy. No way. Mm-mm. No, thank you. Thank you, no thank you. Any of you guys gonna be bunny boys? Enjoy your time with Minago and akin. Aye, that's what I want, do you? Too many soldiers forget the importance of time away from all this. Everything appears to be in order. Very good, very good. There's a cat on the table. Very good, very good. That everyone, and let us begin. Alagiri is ours, and for a mercy we took it without losing a single man. But we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatoris will not be so easily won. If I may, General, should we not pause to consider the Imperial's motivations? For Xenos to surrender a fortified settlement of strategic importance without so much as firing a shot is inexplicable. It is kind of odd. Is it a trap? We searched the village and found no traps or other signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, I'll not refuse this gift from our enemy. Weird. The path to Alami goes to the east, through Specula Imperatoris and Castrum Urbania. It bears repeating, however, that the latter is home to a massive cannon with unparalleled range and destructive power. Ooh, big cannon? Which means we'll need to strike Specula Imperatoris quickly, both to limit their ability to locate our forces in the field, and to utilize the installation as a shield against attack, as they would doubtless not risk damaging the towers. Would they not? Are you sure? I see. Then we've no choice but to accept what we've been given. Aye, that's the way of it. I've no doubt that Xenos has got something planned. We'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. To the assault then. The main host will commence a direct assault on Specula Imperatoris. During this time, I'd hold the Scions in reserve at Alagiri to deal with any Imperial forces that may be dispatched in response. Understood. Wait a minute, we should be fighting with you and the Resistance. I understand you don't want to rely too much on Catkeks after what she's been through, but at least let the rest of us do our part. Don't do anything too reckless, alright? I won't. I promise I'll do what Conrad says. I mean, especially if they want her to take over, so, you know. Mayhap it would be best if I accompanied you. Alice can stay with Catkeks. Oh, go if you must. The two of us can take care of ourselves. You have your orders? Dismissed. Female Hrothgar, yeah, I'd be pretty interested in female Hrothgar. I think that could be cool. It's kind of disappointing there's so few Hrothgar. I just feel like I almost never see anyone playing Hrothgar. They're just not around. Compared to Vieira. Vieira, a lot more common. Meanwhile, deep within an Imperial research facility, they're the third rarest race in game. What's the rarest? I guess Rogaden are pretty uncommon. Lalafell? Female Rogadens? They look cool too. I think they're cool. Uh-oh. What are they doing to Kryl? Oh no, this is not good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ellison are pretty rare. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Ellison being kind of rare.
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
Though we Guardians are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics. This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard. Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage.
And they've basically taken over half the world now. It's crazy.
It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics.
Oh.
Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial court. Only Lord Xenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
You're a test subject.
Alamegan through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I wonder if that's how Xenos is so strong. He's been altered.
Alagiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specular Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the Watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
Does she not want to know how to use her magic first?
No.
Like what can she do?
Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
Uh-oh. Bum bum bum. Ooh, is Tancred gonna be here watching? Yeah, I knew it! As soon as we had that camera angle, I was like, yeah. Nice. Oh, they could let Tancred use magic again, maybe. If this tech works. It probably doesn't work properly. Letting the Garleans use magic probably does something awful. I imagine she's gonna come in and destroy Alagiri would be my guess, but I mean, we'll see. She's gonna do something bad. So full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least he spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. She's not to be trusted. Poor Lise. Wow, I can't believe it took us that long to get that new chest armor, and then we immediately replaced it with this. It's kind of hilarious. If I take off the it might look better without the hood. I don't know. What do you think? Hood on or hood off? These are the important decisions. Because the hood does just sort of float there a little bit. Let's take it off for a bit. Be our new selves. Okay. Ooh, lots of quests. Okay, maybe they don't destroy this place. There's a lot of quests here. Spoilers. Okay, the casting thing is, or aiming thing is pretty cool too. That's the healer one. All right. Definitely a battle medic feel to it. And the casting one is also, yeah, cool. Okay. Nice. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so we should split up. If you come across any Imperial soldiers, you know what to do. Oh, and so you know, I sent word to Arenvald's squadron. They're already searching other nearby areas, so we have allies in the event we encounter anything beyond our means. Okay, cool. Cool. Odo! Ah, what are you doing here, Odo? What about Deep Space Nine? Okay, let's roll. Rickety roll. 431 northwest. That's where we're going. Kind of. Yeah, I agree, Chad, as well. I think we look better without the hood on with this armor piece. The hood's cool, but it doesn't really match, does it? 249 west. This should be pretty close to where we're going then. Ah. But yeah, it took us so long to get that chest piece, and now we've already got a new one within like a couple of hours. That's ridiculous. Got Catkeks. We need to get Catkeks out. I actually kind of like the look. It's kind of a fun look we've got going on here. That was my one concern with that previous piece of armor, was it was quite heavy for samurai. 99 yams west. Ooh, looks like there's some sort of... Oh, there it is. Oh, there's some guy doing it. Nice. Imperial Nuisance. I think that might be my title right now as well. Look at these things. What are these? Mood Sood. Okay. They got a big old place down there. Oh, there's something down there. Alright, where is our next ether current? 755 east. Okay, so nothing really to worry about for a while then. Is that what the Griffin mount looks like? Like this guy? He looks really cool. And this one's northeast. So there's one like up here, and there's one like over here. It's like a white version of that Griffin. Yeah, cool. Ah, give me a moment, Catkeks. Say that again if you would? No, maintain your distance for now. Understood. Keep me apprised of any developments. That was Arenvald. The pair that was spying on us in the fringes has followed us here. What about you, Catkeks? Any trouble? And there I was, thinking we might be due for some peace and quiet. Glad to hear that you dealt with them. I hope the assault on Specula Imperatorus is going well. I don't know. Maybe? Haven't heard anything. It's a bit worrying. Cool. Explosions. Oh yeah, I need to look into the collector edition upgrades. Thank you for reminding me, Elysian. Oh.
You've improved, lad.
Nice. Oh, they're still on sale for another day or two.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
Our work here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Uh-oh. Oh, and Fordola's gonna show up.
We will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
Here she is.
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Zeno said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
What? Kill our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Insubordination. And we were certain that he wouldn't use the cannon on his own stuff. Yeah, how about no?
Initiate the firing sequence. Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Damn, so Xenos basically gave them the base to lure them into this attack, give them a really good position to attack, so that they would attack. And he was then banking, I guess, on the fact that we would assume they wouldn't use. They wouldn't use the cannon on their own base. So we're going to be completely caught off guard here. Like, we are not prepared for this at all. This is bad, bad, bad.
For us, for our people, for our future.
It's very ruthless, but I mean, it's very smart as well.
I need you to confirm the target, Commander.
He doesn't want responsibility. That's hilarious.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
Yep. This stuff is very Star Wars. Very Star Wars. I wonder if she has some form of the Echo. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, they're making the Alamegan, they're making Fordola be responsible for the friendly fire. So she'll be the one that's hated by the soldiers. She'll be the one that takes the flak.
Long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat. Now! Relay the orders!
Understood. All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
Oh man, like, what, Conrad and Lise are in there? Uh-oh. Conrad, Lise, and Alphino, are they, like, in the main tower? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, they barely made it out as well. Boom. Kaboom. By the 12, did you see that? The main tower just collapsed. You heard it too, didn't you? It must have been the cannon at Castra Mabania, but that was an Imperial installation and their troops were still... Damn it, no one's responding. I don't know if the shell's being jammed or... We have to go right now. They need our help. Oh, she's scared for Alphino. This way, there's no time to lose. Oh, she thinks Alphino might be dead. That's why she's so scared. Let me just check for ether currents first, though, I'll say. Okay. Conveniently enough for you, Alice, the ether current lies in this direction, too. It's worse than it looks. He probably wasn't even... Pull yourself together. The gate. This is our way inside. We need to find my brother. Right now. Don't worry, Alice. We'll get him. The locks on the massive gate appear to have been disabled. You need only prise them open to pass through. So I guess this would have been like a physical wall to stop us getting through the zone before this. Damn it, I don't see them. My brother or Lise. Maybe the general knows something. It shall be done.
I'm glad you're here, Catkeks. In case it isn't obvious, the Imperials fired on us, on Specula Imperatoris. I didn't think they had it in them, to kill their own men just to kill us. Gods damn them all.
Where's my brother? Tell me where he is, I want to see him. He was in the tower when it was struck, but that need not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating and many remain unaccounted for.
Alice, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us. Soldiers with families, just like you and me. They need our help. Do you understand?
He's right. I'll take the north, you take the east. Damn. Yeah, poor Alice. Am I not going to help this guy? Thank you, I think I can manage on my own. What about this poor lad? You alright, putty? ... He's just having a nap, he's grand. For a moment there, I thought I was bound for Thal's Great Hall. Ye gods, what were the Imperials thinking? Ooh, ether current. Just give me a moment to let the world stop spinning, would you? There. Alagiri's not far. I'll make it. I'll make it. Ooh, there's also a viewpoint there. But that looks kind of hard to get to. Maybe you have to... I think you have to jump off the wall? I'm not sure. Or we could just wait till we have flying. That's probably the smart thing to do. Everything will be fine with the power of Sparkle Polar Bear. Yay. Oh, now we go to this guy. Okay, sorry, pal. Left you for last. My bad. Everything hurts. I think I was struck by debris from the tower. Wait, I know you! Catkeks McMeow, ward of House Forton. We fought together on the steps of faith. You saved my life back then, and now. I can walk, thank you. 1,000 times, thank you. Conrad, can you hear me? Nago, put him down over there. Oh, Conrad's gonna bite the bullet. I think Conrad's in trouble. I was like, Uh-oh. Oh, no. Yeah, I think he's probably a goner. Catkeks, full glad am I to see you. Wait, where's my sister? She's fine. Oh, mighty Ralgar, oh, noble Azima, I beg of you, do not take him from us.
Conrad, speak to me.
He's already set up Lise to take over for him.
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
I don't think have they still not told us about Y'shtola as well? I still don't think they've told us much about
Conrad?
Y'shtola. I think they just said she's over the worst of it.
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing.
Oh shit.
Well, that's that then. Time's up.
Damn.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Alamigo together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way. You've got it in you, Lise. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
Conrad.
Lead them to victory. To freedom.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
I'm sad to see him go. Conrad was awesome. I really liked Conrad. I guess now he's gone, Rad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, man. Meanwhile, in the chaos of Castra Mabania... Too soon! Sorry. Oh, man. Now, Conrad was great, man. I loved, and I thought, again, I love the voice actor. Old Inspector Jap. Oh, man.
Next round, double the charge.
I kind of figured that... I kind of saw that one coming. It was like, okay, when they fired the cannon at the tower, it was like, shit, someone's got to die for that. Like, something's going to happen. And I was like, Conrad is the most obvious. Whoa. Yo! Estinian.
Nidhogg. We are needed.
What? Nani? What? What?
That's the cerulean pipeline.
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
They've got to be so inaccurate. Like, how could you even aim that thing? The weight of it.
My lance has slain far greater beasts.
Okay, awesome. Woo!
You're welcome, boy.
Nah, nice.
Notify all units! I want that intruder found! And get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon!
Estinian out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Whew.
The savages are coming!
Yeah, thanks, Batman. Awesome. Buy a Subway sandwich. Oh, wow. So that's cool. So, okay, alright. It looks as if Estinian has... Maybe he found the eyes of Nidhogg? I mean, he was glowing and everything, so maybe he found where that, the dragon had crash landed. And he got the eyes back, but he doesn't seem to be, like, controlled by it. It's interesting. It doesn't seem like he's controlled by it. But it seemed like he was in control. He was like, come Nidhogg? I don't know. Oh, man. That's cool. That was a sick cutscene. Okay. No, you can't. Not now, Sniffle Sob. I promise. We could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead, we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful resolution. We showed them mercy, and this was their response. Fire and blood, this was their answer. Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God is my witness, there will be a reckoning. Well, I mean, it's not like these guys... It's completely different people. They didn't shoot themselves. It was... Yeah, they died, mate. Forgive me. Now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. That's more like it. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to Commander Kemp's body, find my sister, and return to Alagiri. Okay. But yeah, like I was saying, I kind of figured... Yeah, like Conrad was the most likely to die. He's old, and he'd already set it up for Elise to take over. It was like, that's not a good course of action if you want to survive, dude. There, that should suffice for now. Go on and join the others. Tell me you found Alphino. Tell me he's alright. No, he died. Yeah, he's gone, Alice. So, yeah. Oh, thank the 12. I don't know what I would have done. Though, saying that, what will the Resistance do without Commander Kemp? Sorry, not here, not now. We should return to Alagiri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help on the way. Okay. got like a quest objective here. Oh, here he is. He's around the back. Alright. Pant. It wasn't long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you were about to slit my throat. To hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilsabard instead of taking fire from my so-called comrades. Yeah, they care for. Yeah, they bicker with each other, but they really care for each other. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Looks like they're out this way. Okay. Oh, we're so close to 70. Hype? 70 hype? What's this big thing? Oh, that's a bad thing. Akrabwamelu. What is it saying? Thanks, friend. Bloody tourniquet came loose and I was having trouble getting it back on. Oh god. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I would not fancy that. A tourniquet coming loose? Ooh. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. I discovered a new location. Hey, cool. A wounded resistance fighter. Oh, bless you, kind. Wait, is that you, Catkeks? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy, but must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. I can keep going. I feel like this sort of sad music is very appropriate. Oops, I should talk to the others first. Oops, oh well. Catkeks, we've given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I've no idea when, rites must needs be performed. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. Level 70. What? Oh, did I get a new ability, actually? 70. Ooh, I will. Oh, I think I have to do a quest for it. To get Guren. Oh, damn. That's a big move. Or maybe I do have it. Hang on. If I have enough Kenki. Action not yet learned. Ah, okay. Okay. Cool. And we'll get Sine at 72. Hot diggity dogs. I knew we'd lose people doing this, but him? I was sure the old bear would outlast us all. I did what I could for those I found along the way, but some were beyond help. It's up to all of us to carry on in his stead. It's up to me. What do you have for me to do? Ooh, a gunblade. Oh, that looks cool, man. I have to say that the quest weapons in this look phenomenal. They look so good. Like they're obviously not like glowing but they're very nice models. Very nice models. Okay, well, let's go. Yep, let's pause in the MSQ. Let's samurai it up, guys. They're intricate. Yeah, it's very intricate, very detailed. I've kind of thought that the whole way through, all of Stormblood and the different weapons we've been getting along the way. Like, I feel like they're really good questing weapons, where they look great, they look really nice, so they're not like super crazy flashy or anything. Where do I have to go for this? Where is this? It's in the Adventurers Guild, okay. A lot of your favorite glams are crafted leveling pieces. Yeah, I can see why. I think they look really good. They do look really, really good. Man, even hearing old it definitely feels like a bit down, doesn't it? Oh, it's so quiet with New World. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever seen this place this empty. There's like 2 other people in here. Oh my god. Mama Zigo. Let's go. Samurai time. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. A woman came calling on Musosai at the inn. Judging by her appearance, she's a compatriot and a samurai. At that time, I couldn't bring myself to break the news to her, but in hindsight, perhaps it's best it came from you anyway, seeing as you are Musosai's pupil. The visitor's in front of the quicksand. You'll recognize her by her dignified air. Alright, let's do it. What we're gonna do now? Yep, we're gonna do all the samurai quests. We're gonna do them all. Up to the level 71. Dignified samurai. Hello. You appear to be samurai, yet you are not of our land. May I ask who addresses me? Well, that you should be Master Musosai's pupil. Tell me, where might I find him? A female samurai? Has science come this far? I know. It's true. Is that the way of it? Words cannot well express my sorrow. I had the honor of being acquainted with your master in the past. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Makoto of the Seki Sagumi. Ours is the peacekeeping force of Kugane, a port city in Hingashi. I journeyed across the seas hoping to meet Master Musosai, but it seems I must settle for paying my respects. Might I trouble you to show me to his resting place? The Silver Bazaar, you call it. I am in your debt. Let us away then. I like her armor as well. It's cool. The Silver Bazaar. This way it's faster. I imagine we're going to see quite a lot of, probably quite a lot of Hingashi in these quests, which would be fun. That's kind of what I wanted, was to see more of Kugane and Hingashi. Because it's been kind of, yeah, we haven't seen much of it in the MSQ, really. This would be good. This would be fun. I'm really looking forward to the Mug quest as well, because the level 50 to 60 Monk quest was actually really solid, I thought. I actually really enjoyed that one. And the Samurai level 50 to 60 quests were like top tier. They were extremely fun. There were some great fights in that too. Like the Cowboy Samurai fight, that was fantastic. Makoto. What'd you think of that? There's no mistaking your blade work. Indeed, Master Musosai trained you. Forgive me for standing idle as you fought. I had to make certain you spoke the truth. Master Musosai seldom took on pupils, you see, but any doubt I may have harbored has been utterly dispelled. Now then, let us continue on. I was wondering if she might test us. That's what I was thinking when she was just standing there. Alright, that's fun. Whee. A beautiful ocean view. He will surely be at peace here. As you may know, Master Musosai had one other pupil before you. Ugetsu is his name, and he is wanted in Hingashi for the murder of countless dignitaries in the Bakufu, our nation's government. Oh, maybe we have to track this guy down. Though his weren't the hands that wielded the blade, Master Musosai created the killer, and in the eyes of the law, he was deemed no less responsible. I wonder if that's what this questline's going to be about. As a samurai, he was expected to commit seppuku in order to atone for the crime, but he refused. As a result, he was branded a craven in Hingashi. But naught could be further from the truth. Master Musosai fled not because he feared death. This I knew in my heart. And beholding your blade work, I know now what it was he sought to do.
He wished to make amends by training a new pupil. Such was the shame he felt. Death was not sufficient atonement. Nay, the only way he might know peace was to begin anew with a worthy successor who would bring him honor. Know that Ugetsu is no common killer. He is a notorious insurgent who seeks to tear down the status quo. No few samurai sympathize with his cause, and every day more rally to his banner. For a time he remained in hiding, but our operatives report he has recently resurfaced in Kugane. By all indications, he's poised to strike a heavy blow against the Bakufu. 'Twas for no other purpose but to petition Master Musosai's aid that I journeyed here. Alas, it was not to be. As I came, so too must I return, alone. I'll do it! My thanks for showing me here. Brief though it was, 'twas an honor to meet you. I'll do it! I beat him in a duel. I'm really good, I promise. Ooh, the rain's really coming down here. I say, we've been having so many heat waves in Ireland. It's been really hot, which is quite unusual. But like yesterday, it was just like the first day where it just suddenly out of nowhere, it was just really, really cold. Just cold and wet. And yeah, I'm going the entirely wrong direction. Whoops. It was just really cold yesterday. You took her to see Musosai? Doubtless he was happy to have a visitor, and one from his homeland besides. So, the wayward pupil is up to no good again. It's certainly worrying, but there isn't much outsiders like us can do. We can only hope that Makoto and her comrades will triumph over this Ugetsu. I'll let you return to your business, but pay me a visit from time to time, you hear? It's lonely without the old man around. Wow, we have to wait for 63. Damn. Okay, well, hang on. Actually, before I do this as well, let me just update my monk gear too. Here we go. Sure, our monk's got the right stuff on. As well. And back to samurai. Just mend our stuff up. For when I put stuff away in the, I'll put stuff in the glamour locker later, probably. Okay, cool. Ah, Catkeks, I have a letter for you that arrived at the inn. It's from Makoto, the Hingan samurai who came all the way here seeking Musosai. Can't imagine what this might be about. Let's find out, shall we? Dear Catkeks, I pray this letter finds you well. You received me with kindness when first we met, and I write to you in hopes of depending upon your kindness once more. You will recall what I told you of Ugetsu and his growing faction of insurgents. Upon my return to Kugane, I was dismayed to find that his influence had spread to alarming proportions. Outbreaks of violence have become a regularity, and the men and women of the Sagumi struggle to maintain order. Each day we fight, and each day our strength is shorn further. The enemy, it shames me to say, completely has our measure. I shall speak plain. We are in desperate need of aid, and I beseech you to lend your katana to our cause. As Master Musosai's last pupil, your skills would help us to turn the rising tide. I know full well that I ask much of you, to journey halfway across the world and involve yourself in a struggle not your own. Yet ask I must, for should the Bakufu fall, the realm would be plunged into chaos, and innocent people would be subjugated to untold suffering. With all my being, I pray that you will answer our call, and ere long we shall meet again in Kugane. Sincerely yours, Makoto. Musosai's first and final pupils pitted against each other. There's certainly poetry in that, and you can take comfort in the knowledge you'd be fighting on the side of justice. As Makoto writes though, it's a lot to ask, and the decision is yours to make. But for my unsolicited opinion, I reckon you should do it. For the old man, if for no one else. I'm absolutely gonna do it. I'm just gonna take a cheaper teleport to get there, though. Nice. Here's our faction house, by the way. Looking good. Pretty house. Maybe I'll give you a tour before we leave. Oh, we could probably also do all of these. The veteran. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Will be fun. Let's do unlock all the clan hunts in one go. Fabulously foxed fellow. And this here's the best part of all. Damn it all. What were I just about to say? Okay. It's fabulously foxed, don't you know? Fabulously. Ooh, there's a card game here too. Don't get distracted. If it isn't our good Catkeks, let's see how far you've come since last we met. Hey? Just as I expected, you look a deal stronger than before. The hunt has been good to you, and you to it, I hope. Time has come for you to be set out on even more dangerous hunts. The 3 stars await you. Okay. So you carrying the hunt unless you become the hunted? So, Estrella tells me you're ready for our 3-star hunts. You should know, to suggest such a thing is a great show of confidence in your ability. Very well, I trust her. They're yours to undertake. Know that no words of warning will suffice. The monsters you hunt are no normal beasts. They're hellish, unrelenting. You must know well what both you and they are capable of before you face them. Okay. I realize my hood is showing it shouldn't. Okay, we can do 3-star ones. Cool. Aha! And we can also do... Good to see you. It's that damnable Wilveva. She had the gall to chastise me for inviting passerbys to join Clan Centurio. All I ever sought was to bring the thrill of the hunt to all who cared to know it. I grant you, no soul save you that I've recruited has ever reported back from their outings? We assume them all fallen, but such is the nature of the hunt. So you've just been recruiting loads of people and they have every single one of them has died. I've neither time nor patience for the weak. Let the hunt cull them from our ranks, I say. If 100 must die for Clan Centurio to find one such as you, so be it. I knew you to be of great ability. Never did I suspect you would climb so high. You've done good by me, and made me proud to call you sister. From this day forth I recognize you as one of Clan Centurio's most accomplished hunters. Oh my god. Wow. I hazard you require no long-winded explanation, having already faced such beasts in Ishgard. Okay, speak with Ulveva. Go well, and don't go dying on me now. The true fun has only just begun. Oh my god, you're a fucking psychopath. What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. Hail, Catkeks, I've had word from Estrella. Seems she's vouched for your promotion to Clan Centurio's elite. I agree, you've proven yourself. There's nary a soul in the clan who doubts your ability. Be welcome to our highest ranks. Cool. The higher the grade, the greater the bounty, but the greater the danger. Never has Estrella thought so highly of one of her recruits. Well, because they're all fucking dead. You've come far. So far, any further words of warning may be meaningless. I'll give them all the same. Do not overestimate yourself. Okay. Oh my god. Cool. Oh, Hellbreath, you just helped your mother do Titan? Nice. Oh, cool. That's awesome. I like the Sagumi barracks. I think it's so pretty. The white sort of sand or stone. It's very nice. A samurai, yet yours is not a familiar face. Makoto's foreign guest, I take it. My apologies, but she's not on hand to receive you. She is presently leading a mission to Sakazuki, where insurgent leaders are meeting in secret. However, they are late to return, and I must confess that I grow worried. I would go and find them myself, but I cannot well abandon my post. Might I ask you to go in my stead? Okay. Oh, she's miles away. Oh, she's in the Ruby Sea. Oh, shit, okay. I don't have any quick way to get there, huh? Well, that's unfortunate, I guess, from Tamamizu. And now I wish I could fly in the Ruby Sea. Wait, can I take a boat? Is that the best way, the boat? Teleport to the pirates? Oh, these guys? Oh, there's a ferry. Uh-huh. Whee! Is there an Ethernet down here? Don't think so. There's a ferry, though. Maybe. There is one? Did I miss it? A ruby price? Maybe I never got it. The Ruby Sea? Oh, I could teleport from Kugane. Oh. Oh, I see. It would just teleport me out. Okay. Oh, I see. To get... Oh. Okay, yeah, that's kind of weird. I get what you mean now. It just... That's kind of a little strange. Oh, they're not looking too good. She lost, huh?
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Hey, Paper User, thank you for subscribing. 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you.
By the Kami, it's really you. I know not how to thank you, Catkeks. We caught wind of a secret insurgent meeting and came here hoping to learn something of their plans, but they were the ones who knew of ours. They were expecting us and had laid a trap before we knew what was happening.
Samurai's great fun at 70. It's great.
We Hingans live by a rigid caste system wherein one's standing in society is inherited rather than earned. My comrade, he hailed from a poor farming village. His family grew scarcely enough to pay their lord his dues. It was all they could do not to starve. In order to escape the shackles of his birth, he sought a new life in Kugane, a more progressive district, where a man may yet rise above his station. He became a samurai in hopes that he might one day have the power to bring about change to an irrational system that holds people hostage to their birth. Souls such as him make up the Sagumi, those raised with a plow in hand and not a blade. You'll find none among us born into a samurai family. Ours is a ragtag band gathered from the lower rungs of society, yet for our disparate origins, we are patriots all. Ugetsu and his cohorts too claim to be patriots, but in order to bring about their change, they would as soon see our nation razed to the ground. As with any nation, Hingashi is not free of problems. Far from it. But should the Bakufu be toppled, the great lords would rise against each other in a bid for power. The realm would be transformed into a battlefield, and another age of blood would begin. If we are to prevent this, if we are to protect the peace, Ugetsu must not be allowed to succeed, no matter the cost. Forgive me. Now is not the time to hold forth on my passions. I shall bear my comrade back to the barracks. Pray join me there.
Yeah, the samurai rotation feels great. It's my favorite job so far. I love the flow of it, and I'm really looking forward to getting this new move at 70. This big Gurren move, like an 850 potency AoE. Whoo, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. Yeah, we need to unlock flying in I think we're way off getting flying in this zone though. Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty far. Actually, let's see. Is there ether current near here? Oh, there is. Well, southwest, you say. Wait, what? Oh, it must be on this island. Hang on. Let's get this while we're here. It's west. Oh, it's up there. Aha. Yeah, for Shadowbringers, I think we'll make sure to grab the ether currents as we go. Should have grabbed these as we were questing through the first time. Where's the next one? Way north. Probably up on this island. Okay. There's a quest there. There's a blue quest there, blue quest there. So there's blue quests around. It's actually a really pretty zone. I love the mushroom islands. They're really cool. Just the stacks of mushrooms. Ah, yes. Aha. Trade with foreign countries strictly prohibited. The man, upon learning his subordinates disappeared. Okay. He went to join the Red, Kojin of the Red. I'm tempted to go after him myself. Track him down and arrest him. Okay, cool. That's a quest that we are already working on. Where is that? It's somewhere. I don't know. I guess I'm not tracking it, so it doesn't show up, huh? Oh, this should bring us back to Kuga. See, this is why it's weird. It's because it's like, okay, yeah, this is strange. It's like you're taking a ferry, basically. That's why it didn't click with me that we could do that. Oh, and Hellbirth. No, it's totally cool. I'll go at the ether currents myself. It's kind of fun, actually, finding them yourself, you know? That the enemy should know our plans. The loss of a comrade pains us, but we are grateful for Makoto's preservation. She has told me all. As Master Musosai's pupil, your blade will be most welcome in these dire times. Catkeks, pray allow me to confirm your intent. By your coming to Kugane, may we take it to mean that you will aid us in our fight? Yes. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Our cause is much bolstered for your blade. Without further ado, I would introduce you to our captain. However, there's one thing I must ask of you. Pray keep the fact that you are Master Musosai's pupil to yourself. It may make little sense to you, but that you shared a master with a wanted criminal would mark you out for suspicion. That is simply the way of it in our culture. Lieutenant Shiden alone knows the truth and understands, but few are as open-minded as him. It occurs to me I've yet to introduce myself. As Makoto says, I am Shiden, lieutenant of the Seki Sagumi, and may I apologize for our orders penchant for procedure. When I sent you to find Makoto in my stead, I could not leave my post due to a prior duty, tending to the whims of a visiting dignitary. Pressing business, as you'll no doubt appreciate. Now, if you'll wait a moment, I shall bring Captain Congo hither. Captain Congo? What a name.
May I present to you Catkeks McMeow, who has journeyed from faraway Eorzea to aid our cause. Though she is not of our land, I have witnessed her skill at arms firsthand. I have every confidence she will prove an invaluable ally. Oh, look at that scowl! Captain? You would have us trust our lives to an outsider? For all we know, she is one of Ugetsu's, or even an Imperial spy. Captain, please. Catkeks is a good woman and true. I personally vouch for her identity. Shall assume all responsibility for her actions. The captain's the Ugetsu's man, 100%. Should her origin give you cause to doubt, you would do well to doubt us all. The sons and daughters of nameless farmers and laborers, and Kami know what else. Very well. Mark my words, outsider. A single misstep and I will cut you down. Jeez. This guy's on a power trip? Fucking hell. Forgive the captain, my friend. He holds himself responsible for our losses, and we fight a losing battle. In spite of our best efforts, we are no closer to ascertaining Ugetsu's whereabouts, nor do we know the full extent of his operations. And in light of the recent ambush, I fear there is a breach in our security. As if we had not problems enough, His Excellency the Tyro, one of our nation's most powerful men, has chosen this juncture to come to Kugane on an embassy visit. Ugetsu will surely look to wreak further chaos, and it falls to the Seki Sagumi to keep our honored guest hale and whole. We will be out in force providing security. I pray we can rely on your blade as well. Sure. This group is based off Shin Sengumi? I too must beg your forgiveness for the captain's outburst. With naught to show for our efforts, he grows ever more irritable. Now then, I must return to my duties. We have no task for you at present, but in case of an emergency, pray remain near and with your katana near at hand. This group is based off of the Shin Sengumi, and their captain's name was Kondu Isami. Many games and anime are based on this group. Oh, really? That's pretty cool, huh? What were they in real life? And hey, Kadomi. Yes, not playing New World today. I know. I feel like I'm the only person in the world not playing New World. I'm part of the old world. Catkeks, it's terrible. Captain Kongo, he has committed Sudoku. Oh my god. He wished to atone for his failure to catch Ugetsu and all the casualties we've incurred. So he wrote in the letter they found next to his body. With His Excellency the Tyro soon to arrive in Kugane, all is in chaos. We haven't even had the chance to hold funeral rites. It is all Shiden can do to keep our order functioning. Yet function we must, for the Tyro is likely to be targeted by Ugetsu and his cohorts. As part of the security detail, I am tasked with patrolling the short pier area. I should be grateful for your extra pair of eyes, Catkeks. I am in your debt. If aught strikes you as suspicious, I ask you notify me at once. They were kind of like the police in Kyoto at the time? Yeah, cool. To the short pier. Quickest teleport to the short pier would be, I guess, the Kogane Dori markets. They were faithful to the Shogun and Bakufu, and against change and opening. They were against change and opening Japan to outsiders. I see. 1863 to 69. But they didn't win the war, and the Meiji era came to Japan. Cool. Bonk. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. I love that there's actual boats like sailing around. That's really cool.
Currently, Japanese people are kind of in love with their story and see in them a romantic notion of courage and preservation of history and tradition. You catch sight of a quaint charm. Okay, a quaint charm. Onimusha games from the PS2 era are a historically accurate depiction. I've never heard of them. Cool. Where am I going with this? We're just over here? Okay. Oh, that's fun. Look at this little boat. Little boat building place. Awesome. Oh, that's fun. Oh, look, there's a viewpoint there, too. Oh, cool. Onimusha was Devil May Cry before there was Devil May Cry. Monkey. Giant demon bug monsters. Okay, we just got trolled. We got got. We just got got. There you are. Did you observe aught suspicious? A charm, and it is stained with blood. But where have I seen it before? They belong to Captain Congo. There's no mistake. It ever adorned his neck. But how did it come to be at the docks? Perhaps he went for a stroll before... No. Did you actually see his body? No, I myself did not see it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Could it be 'twas but a ruse? That the captain did not kill himself, but rather was slain by insurgents? Kami preserve. If this is true, it would mean the enemy walks among us. We must notify Shiden at once and have him bolster security around the Tyro. To the Thavnarian consulate, Catkeks. Oh my god, is the Tyro like... Oh no, I was gonna say like the Cairo, and I was like, wait, no, Cairo is not the ruler of Egypt, it's like the capital. That's the Pharaoh. I wonder if it's something similar though. Why isn't Lieutenant here? What is he doing? What's he doing? Come now, surely you know of His Excellency, the Tyro's predilections. You mean the rumors were true? It is whispered that the Tyro is wont to indulge his voracious appetite for pleasure houses under the guise of official duty. If this is the case, he will be in Sanjo Hanamachi, and so too will Shiden. Let us hurry. The captain in history did commit Sudoku? Fair enough. Fair enough. I think I mean seppuku. I'm pretty sure it's Sudoku. Yep, definitely Sudoku. Shiden, what are you doing? Shiden's the bad guy. Oh, we just got played. You two, why are you not at the docks? I was given to understand that the Tyro has come not on official but personal business. He wants to shag some bitches. Aye, that he is, but that is none of your concern. At any rate, I have the area well covered. You may return to your stations. Shiden's the bad guy. Shiden, wait. There is no danger here. Why was your katana drawn? You are too clever by half. More's the pity we failed to finish you off on Sakazuki. Damn, wow. Okay, I didn't see this. That was a good twist. Oh, my sword's so cool though. He's so pretty boy though. Your foreign friend was supposed to die then as well, but we underestimated Musosai's pupil. How could you, Shiden? The captain was your friend. Let me tell you a tale.
I was born in a farming village and grew up in squalor. Our liege lord was a tyrant, one who wrung us peasants for everything we had. None dared to rise up for fear of their lives. My parents, pushed to the brink of survival, mustered the courage to speak out. For their troubles, they were promptly arrested, but it did not end there. Nay, our lord wished to make an example, so he had them burned alive before the gathered villagers. Damn. Through gritted teeth, I watched my mother and father die, powerless to help. In that moment, I vowed to myself that one day I would change all that is wrong with the world. I took up the katana and trained like a man possessed, eventually won a place in the Seki Sagumi. In the beginning, I was overjoyed. Finally, I could make a difference. But reality couldn't be more different, and ere long I came to see the Seki Sagumi for what it was, a tool of the powers that be, glorified guardsmen who patrol the streets for petty criminals. Samurai, justice, these things are naught but hollowed ideals. They can change nothing. This I realized to my despair. Then I met Lord Ugetsu, and he awakened me to the truth that in order to bring about true change, we must bring down the Bakufu. We must tear down the establishment and dig it up from its rotted roots. You are my comrade, and I feel your pain, but Ugetsu's path leads only to death and destruction. Countless people will be made to suffer. Ha! No more than what we endured in our village. There is no hope for Hingashi but to be reborn in the fires of conflict. This is madness. I will not allow your twisted vision to be realized. Then it seems we must cross blades. But are you certain you wish to do so here, where an unwitting passerby could come to harm? It wouldn't reflect well upon the Seki Sagumi, I know. He has reinforcements somewhere. Let us take this to Matsuba Square. The others are out on security detail. There will be no one to disturb us. This is definitely a trap. This is so a trap. Stab him in the back. God damn it. Well, we've only ourselves to blame for being caught here. Oh, never mind. Oh, maybe he's actually for real. Oh, look at that. Wow. Oh, he's confident. Oh god, we've been synced down. Oh no. Shiden, is his name actually Skyscream? Oh my god, that is the most emo name I've ever heard. What's this? Makoto the True. We are come to aid you. Uh-oh. Kami be praised. It's the Seki Sagumi. My friends, we are betrayed. The lieutenant serves Ugetsu. You arrived just in time. Sir. Yep, that went about as well as I thought it might. What is happening? Yeah, it's a trap. This cannot be. They've uncovered our plan. They are a threat to the cause, cannot be suffered to live. Kill them. Yes, sir, for the cause. Jeez, how many of these guys are evil? Oh my goodness. I can't do that move. Rude.
Wait, did I just kill them all? Oh, I did. That voice, could it be? What? Congo! Forgive me for my delay. It took some while to gather these people. Captain, you're alive? There are traitors in our midst, the lieutenant amongst them. Aye, I know. 'Twas he who tried to kill me. That was Shiden too? Wow, Shiden guy. Why, Shiden? I trusted you. To change Hingashi, why else? This is so fast. Wow, okay. We deal with the traitors. Have care, and remember, we are the Seki Sagumi. Our blades stand for peace. That's when we start cutting them down. We gotta duel this guy. Okay, it's on. Whoa. I'm jealous I can't do that. That looks sick. Raikozuki. His pathetic Tenkagoken has a big AoE indicator to warn the enemy, unlike your invisible Tenkagoken. That's true. That is true. Ours is hidden. It's true. Were those moves that he was doing like things Samurai used to have that were trimmed out, or did you never have them? It's over, Shiden. Pant. Over? Nay, Kongo. This is only the beginning. Long live Lord Ugetsu. Oh, is he going to commit Sudoku as well? Oh, he did. Farewell, old friend. May we meet again in the next life. Captain, thank the Kami you're safe. Will you tell us what happened? I will, but first there's something I must do. Gonna give me a kiss. Catkeks, for your timely intervention, I give you my thanks. And for my earlier discourtesy, I beg your forgiveness. His armor is great. Looks really badass too. Allow me to thank you also. Were you not on hand, there's no telling what might have come to pass. With me gone, Shiden would have had free reign. He was the last any of us would have suspected. Aye, when he told us you had committed Sudoku, none thought to question it. Ha! A convenient lie, but a poor one. And who knew me well should know that I would not take my leave ere I had dealt with the insurgents. To do so would be the greater shame by far. Now then, let me recount for you my tale. Late at night, Shiden summoned me to the docks to discuss an urgent matter. As I approached him, the wretch slashed out at me without warning. No honor. Though I couldn't react in time to dodge the blade, for a blessing it caught my charm, sparing me a fatal wound. My momentum sent me over the docks and into the sea, where I remained until it was safe to resurface. My lungs were ripe to burst when Shiden finally left. He didn't wait long then, did he? Jeez. Wow. Such an ordeal that must have been. Having learned there were traitors beside Shiden, I kept to the shadows and watched their movements. And the rest, you know.
With the Tyro safe and the traitors dealt with, we may return to the barracks. Let us continue our conversation there. Catkeks, my thanks again for your help.
That was a fun quest. They set that up well with the captain being a bit of a bastard and Shiden being like your friend. And then twist, the captain is actually great and Shiden is the evil one. I like it. I like it. And I'm going the wrong way. We can get the Seki Sagumi top in 4.2. Okay, cool. Can we get Kongo's armor? Or is that like special stuff for questing? For him, I mean.
You've journeyed here from a distant land in order to lend your strength to our beleaguered order, yet I drew my blade upon you. As it turned out, 'twas those whom I thought I knew and trusted that betrayed me. Suffice it to say, I feel a right fool.
But now we've succeeded in rooting out all the traitors in our ranks.
That we have, and from those we caught, we were able to wring out some key details of their operation. Shiden had been seducing our men over to Ugetsu's side. Those who proved unamenable to his advances were killed, like our comrade in the recent mission. It makes my blood boil to think that those most loyal among us were struck down by treachery.
What of Ugetsu's whereabouts?
It appears he makes his base on the mainland, somewhere in Yangsha, but the precise location still eludes us.
Forgive me if I speak out of turn, Captain, but even as we laid our lives on the line, the Tyro went about satisfying his urges. Can we truly say we protected the peace this day?
Well do I understand your frustration, Makoto. Yet for his many vices, there's no denying the instrumental role the Tyro plays in keeping the realm whole. Ever are the great lords watching for a fracture to form, for which they might break the status quo and usurp power. Through skillful intercession and manipulation, the Tyro keeps each of them in check. 'Tis no secret that the Bakufu is a cesspool of corruption, but in spite of this, we must protect the peace. Such is a samurai's calling. Though you come to us from afar, you share this calling with us. I pray we can continue relying upon your blade, my Ijin samurai friend.
Nice. Allow me to add my voice to the captain's. You are a stalwart ally to our cause, and a samurai true. Master Musosai was not mistaken in choosing you. Nice. The hunt for Ugetsu. Great tidings, Catkeks. We've ascertained the location of Ugetsu's hideout. Captain Kongo has the details. A moment, if you would.
Catkeks, you are welcome. We scoured Shiden's quarters, and what should turn up among his possessions but missives he received from Ugetsu. They point to a certain ruin in Yangsha. Now, word of Shiden's demise will have already reached Ugetsu, and he must assume that we will track him down ere long. But he will not, cannot run. To do so after losing his right hand would cost him much of the momentum he has painstakingly gained. As I see it, two choices remain to Ugetsu. He will await our coming, or he will bring the fight to us. Either way, the stakes are high. As you know, Ugetsu is a peerless swordsman. Only you, who bested Shiden, and perhaps myself, could stand a chance against him. As captain, my place is here at the barracks. While I hold fort, I bid you and Makoto journey to Yangsha, there to hunt down Ugetsu.
Alright.
I shall pray for your safety and success. If instead the rogue should show himself here, rest assured I will give him a rousing welcome.
Yangsha lies upon the mainland across the Ruby Sea. We'll make for Namai, a small mountain village, and thence go after Ugetsu and his cohorts. Easy peasy. Now this is level 68 quest, so I imagine that Ugetsu either won't be there, will escape, or something's gotta happen. we can fly here, so this should be actually pretty quick. The ruin serving as Ugetsu's hideout is near. I shall scout on ahead. Meanwhile, pray scour the area for insurgents and tend to them. Aha, it's over this way. Cool. Sparkles. Is Catkeks still here? No. Let's get him out. Bam. Imagine the successor to the most powerful samurai arts in Hingashi is coming to hunt you down on his Sparkle Bear. That's true. Fear the Sparkle Bear. Fear the Sparkle Bear. Two of them this time. I'd say we're gonna have a really cool duel at 70 with this guy. I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun, fun, fun. 3 of them this time. My goodness. Rip through him. Absolutely rip through him. But yeah, honestly, Samurai flows really well now. It's super fun. Like with the extra Kenki, really adds a ton to it. It's great. Ugetsu's nowhere to be seen. Then that means... Aye, he's on his way to Kugane, to pay our captain a visit. Kami Preserve. We must hurry back. We've no time to waste, Catkeks. Let's hurry back to Kugane. Okay. Level 62 really cranked it up. Yeah, 100%. And with our Kenki spenders and stuff. 76 is even better. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, here's the guy. Hagakure becomes a regular part of the rotation? Really? Is that the one to turn Sen into Kenki? Oh, look at this guy. Sephiroth. How does it become part of my rotation? The Hagakure. It's kind of crazy. Rip Captain. Yeah, I was gonna say. No. Forgive me.
I was too weak. The Sagumi, yours now. You must finish. Well, well, for a moment I doubted my eyes, but it really is you, Kagetsu. I hadn't expected to see you in a Sagumi uniform, dear sister. Oh my god. Oh, the twists. That stance. Yes, the very picture of Master himself. So you are Musosai's final pupil, and the samurai who felled Shiden. Goddamn right. We meet at last. Ugetsu at your service. Like you, I trained under Musosai, and like you, I was made to walk his absurd path. We are practically brother and sister. It's a shame, then, we stand on opposing sides. Hingashi has known peace for too long. Her leaders have grown soft. They spend their days in decadence. Their existence is a blight, one that must be burned out with the fires of revolution. To kindle this fire, I bade Shiden assassinate the Tyro, but thanks to you and yours, the attempt ended in miserable failure. Someone get this man a razor. Look at his shitty little beard and mustache. Till now, we have kept to the shadows, but that time is past. No few people share our vision, and by bringing them into the fold, we shall have the strength to face the Bakufu openly and defeat it. Removing your captain was the first step in this endeavor. With him gone, the good men and women of the Sagumi may choose with their hearts. If there are any souls here who would join our cause, we welcome you with open arms. The offer stands for you too, Kagetsu, my sister pupil. Will you not create a new world with me? Create? You would create not with the edge of the blade. Nay, what you seek to do is destroy. Should the Bakufu fall, Hingashi be plunged into another age of blood. Blood will flow, aye. It will serve to nourish and strengthen a new nation, one that's free of the corruption that tainted the old. What we have now is not peace, but stagnance. Hingashi's become a morass of decay. We samurai must be the tsunami that washes it clean to make way for true peace. A samurai fights to ward off chaos, not create it. Have you forgotten Master Musosai's teachings? Yes. Clearly my breath is wasted on you, but what of the others? Will you remain mindless slaves to the Bakufu, or will you join me and bring about true change? I mean, yeah, he has a point. He absolutely has a point. That, you know, they have a corrupt government and it's not good. Disappointing. I'd hoped some of you would see sense, but if we must fight, then so be it. I have no desire to spill blood needlessly. Let us settle this away from the masses. On the Isle of Beko, your people against mine. Though, if I may make an observation, it seems you may want for blades, dear sister, now that your men are aware of our connection. He'd end up just as corrupt at the end of it all? That's all, yeah. That's a fair point. Hear me, my comrades. As leader of First Squad, I have been chosen to carry on Captain Kongo's legacy. The battle against Ugetsu promises to be bloody, but come what may, we must prevail. The future of Hingashi rests upon us. I mean, poor Captain Kongo. He was dead, he was back alive, and then like 2 seconds later he was dead again. Poor guy. Can't catch a break.
That's true. He's already corrupting the Sagumi. So, like, who's he to speak of stopping corruption? That's actually a really good point. That's a very good point. Forgive me, Catkeks, but it is all true. Ugetsu is my older brother, and Kagetsu is my birth name, though I've long cast it aside. We were born into a samurai family in the capital, Bukyo. From a tender age, Ugetsu showed tremendous talent as a swordsman, and everyone knew him as a child prodigy, but to me he was always the kind and caring brother. I was proud of him. I couldn't have been prouder when the legendary Musosai took him as a pupil. Then he took to the road for his training, and I never saw him again. 'Twas a different man who returned. Instead of easy smiles, he wore frowns. Instead of good-natured quipping, he engaged in heated tirades directed at the Bakufu and the great lords. There was so much anger, but more than that, there was despair. Despair for his country. Was it because of Musosai? Not long thereafter, he parted ways with Master Musosai, began instructing me in the katana. As far back as then, I believe he harbored the dream of toppling the Bakufu, and so he instilled in me the skills to survive in a war-ravaged world. In time, I came into my own as a samurai. And then it happened. My brother assassinated high-ranking officers of the Bakufu, and our family was made to pay the price. Our line was ordered wiped from existence. My parents were summarily executed. 'Twas only by chance that I escaped their fate. Jeez. Out on the streets without a home, I journeyed to Kugane. I adopted the name Makoto and knocked on the Sekisugumi's doors with but one purpose in my mind: punishing Ugetsu. We may share the same blood, but I can never forgive him, for our parents' blood is on his hands. But for all my determination, I am no match for my brother, and while his cause grows in strength, mine only weakens. In our culture, people are defined first by their birth, and the revelation that I am kin to Ugetsu has shaken my men's faith in me. They may not accept my authority, even though the captain willed it. And with him gone, there's naught I may depend upon save mine own conviction, and you, Catkeks. Even should it cost me my life, I swear to end my brother's ambition. I pray that you will stand with me through this trying time. Damn. You forgot how good this story was? Yeah, I mean, I tell you, the samurai job quests have been probably the best so far. I think by a long shot. Let me think. Yeah. I haven't played obviously that many kind of in the later expansions, so it's not super fair. But yeah, like the samurai 50 to 60 quests were phenomenal, and these 60 to 70 also really, really good. Probably not quite as good, but still very, very, very good. Catkeks, my fears have become reality. Members of the Sekisugumi are deserting, one after another. Finding out that I am Ugetsu's sister and you, Musosai's pupil, has shattered their faith in our cause. With so many gone, we haven't the strength to face the insurgents. We have to convince them to return somehow. There's no two ways about my connection to Ugetsu, but if we can dispel the stigma surrounding Master Musosai at least, then they may yet have a change of heart. I require but a chance to speak my piece. Will you help me round up our disillusioned comrades? I'll look around the barracks on the north side of town, if you could focus your search on the south. Oh really, the White Mage Stormblood quests are the best, really? Oh, that's interesting, okay. Let's just run to this, it's close enough. But yeah, I'm loving these samurai quests just in general have been just top quality. They've had not only a really interesting story and really interesting characters, but great fights as well. Particularly in the 50 to 60 questing, there were some really great fights. Really good ones. Tough fights too, if you did them at the right gear level. They say you bested the lieutenant. I'll be damned if you didn't use dirty tricks you learned from the craven Musosai. The captain calls? What's the insurgent's sister want now?
Might as well see what sort of lame excuse she's got in store. Wow, rude. What do you want, Ijin? I have naught to say to the likes of you. The captain desires a chance to explain. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to hear her out. Yeah, they're kind of nice, these Seki. Like, even though they disagree, they're kind of going with it. You're biased because you're a white mage main? Fair. I thought with white mage, I thought the level, 0 to 30 was maybe like a 4 or 5. Like, it was quite average. I thought that the girl was a really interesting character. Then I thought that the babyface Sagumi, I thought the 30 to 50 white mage questing was pretty boring. That was like a 3 out of 10. And then probably like Heaven's Word, probably like a 7 or something. Like, it was definitely more interesting. So yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes from there. But I thought that it was better. 0 to same with Monk. Monk was very similar, where Monk 0 to 30 was probably like maybe a 6 or 7 out of 10. Like, it was pretty decent as pugilist. Then 30 to 50 for Monk was like a 1 out of 10. It was awful. But then 50 to 60 was like probably a 7 or an 8 out of 10. Like, it really improved it. Look, it's not like I mistrust you and the captain. It's just I can't work up the will to fight anymore. She wants to talk, does she? Well, I doubt anything she says will change my mind, but I'll go along with it for now. Monk and Stormblood is good too. Yeah, I figure so. Yeah, core. So, from what you were saying earlier, you're talking about Keishi. What is Keishi? Is this Keishi? No. What is Keishi? What is Keishi? Oh, it is. It's the copy. This thing. This one. Sanbei Geishi. Okay. Basically, we call it Keishi. Okay. So what you're saying is the concept is that this is a 60-second cooldown, which means that you basically want to go from a Madare into this every 60 seconds, but the rotation doesn't line up properly. So because of that, you want to use Hagakure to dump an extra sen, which will make it line up. Do you like dump one extra sen? So we do like Hakaze Yukikaze and then dump it and then go back into our combo and it lines up properly. Samurai 80 uses one of 3 skill speed breakpoints. Oh my god. Skill speed breakpoints that change it? Fuck me. Okay. So it's actually kind of complicated, huh? Okay. It changes the phase. Okay. Wow. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to change, because what? We're getting 2 charges of Meikyo Sushi. Right? Aren't we? There's going to be 2 charges of this. So maybe it'll be different in Endwalker. Maybe they'll try to smooth it out in Endwalker. I wonder. I wonder what will happen. Will they keep that still being a thing? The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Yeah. Alright, Makoto. Let's see what you've got. My thanks for your help, Catkeks. Let us begin before they change their minds. Pooling charges to affect rotations. You probably won't pool any. You only pool 1 at any given time, I think. Hear me, my comrades. In our nation, Musosai is a name that evokes loathing. All I know that his were the hands that created the monster Ugetsu, and all know that he evaded responsibility for fear of death. But naught could be further from the truth, for Musosai ever taught that a samurai's calling is to preserve order. However, Ugetsu seeks to do the very opposite. In bringing down the Bakufu, he means to usher in such chaos as to trigger another age of blood. Ugetsu may have trained under Musosai, but he was no true pupil of his. Nay, his true pupil stands before you now, and she, like her master did, wields her katana to protect the peace. Bah, protect the peace, you like to say? What did Musosai ever do to protect the peace?
Can you tell us that? Do I get to tell them about all the stuff he did? I'd ask the same question. All we know is that he challenged warriors the realm over and never was once defeated. An impressive feat to be sure, but it's neither here nor there. It takes strength to protect the peace. As we strive to hone our skills through rigorous training, Musosai honed his through duels. Okay. That seems a bit weak, alright, to be honest. He went on a quest to right wrongs as Kogarashi. Wait a second. The Kogarashi? The mystery samurai who roamed the land, smiting the wicked when I was little? The man who protected the weak and punished common crooks and great lords alike before vanishing like the wind? Batman. It was Musosai all along. I became a samurai because of him. Me too. Kogarashi was my hero. I wanted to change the world like him. Looking back, 'twas when I first heard tell of Kogarashi that the desire to take up the katana took root in my heart. I had known that Master Musosai journeyed the land with my brother, but to think that he did so as Kogarashi, could the experience have pushed Ugetsu to his extreme beliefs? Ah. Very well, Captain. We were wrong about Musosai, but what have you to say for yourself? That's right, we haven't forgotten about that. Your brother's the bastard that's trying to tear down our nation. How can we trust you? Ah, enough. I've been biting my tongue. I can't stand it anymore. Is it gonna be Mamosito? It is! It is. Hello there, Catkeks. Fancy seeing me here, I shouldn't doubt. The idea occurred to me to visit Musosai's homeland, you see. And you know how spontaneous I can be. But what do I find upon arriving but this painful display of narrow-mindedness? The old man would be turning in his grave. Who the hells are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is what I did, and that was to journey with Catkeks and Musosai on a quest to right wrongs. We've established you all respect and admire Musosai, who happens to be your childhood hero, Kogarashi. Well then, you should know what he used to always say about his own countrymen. That you're so focused on a person's birth, you blind yourselves to his true worth. Oh god, something in my throat. Choking. It's so bleeding obvious I can't believe I have to say this, but having a villain for a brother doesn't make Makoto a villain. In spite of their relationship, she opposes him for God's sakes. Now look at yourselves. None of you were born into samurai families, but through hard work you've made it this far, became who you wanted to be. What Makoto has done is no different. Like you, she's broken free of the shackles of her birth, to live a life of her own choosing. He's one of the good Lalafels? Well, I mean, he was also a criminal as well. By the Kami, why could I not see this? After all we've been through together as comrades. Damn it, you're right. How many times have I had to put up with scorn because I came from a poor village? But there I was, dealing that scorn to the captain. Strike me down for a fool. I've always despised this aspect of our culture, yet all this time I remained its unwitting prisoner. Come, my friends, let us bring back those of us who are still at large. We've a battle to win and peace to protect. Nice. He's still a Lalafell, you can't expect too much? Oh, fair. True. You're the gentleman from the inn in Ul'dah. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I'm a showmaster by trade and words are my domain. Swords, not so much, so I'll bow out here. Ooh, I think I'll go and take a dip in one of those hot springs I've heard so much about. They are very beautiful, I recommend it. The onsen. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Catkeks.
Put a stop to Ugetsu. Give the old man the peace he deserves. The appointed hour is nigh. Let's make for the field of battle, for the Isle of Beko. I'm ready. The Isle of Beko. Oh, we can't fly there, gosh darn it. Oh, it's actually going to be kind of a pain to get there. Okay, well, let's go. Easy run, true. We just got to go up the loop. Actually, no, we can take the... There's like a booster pad, isn't there? Oh, you're in the least talkative Praetorium run you've had in months? You're the only one who's spoken? Nice. I had a fun Praetorium run the other day where... you know, the bit where it sends you... where you've got to do your key card to get access to the mech robot. Everyone ran over to get the mech robot. Then one guy, though, just ran straight to the lift and took the lift up. So everyone's just sat at the bottom of the lift being like, okay, I guess we gotta wait and pull the lift back down. And that guy just wanted to go. Or maybe he was like ahead of the pack and keyed in and then took the lift. I can't remember now, but he basically took the lift, leading everyone behind. It was just kind of hilarious. All wayward members are returned, and all with their resolve restored. Let us go and face Ugetsu. The battle on Beko. Let's do it. Let's frickin' go. I'm excited for this. This could be a good fight. We're not overgeared or anything. You catch up on my videos when you watch when you're in the Praetorium? I'm proud. I'm proud. Will this false peace continue, or will the fires of true change sweep across the land? Today, we decide Hingashi's history. Today, we decide whose path is right, Muso-sai's or mine. There's but one among you worthy of being my opponent, she who trained under mine own master. Come, Catkeks, show me the strength of your conviction. Let's frickin' go. I'm not sure if he had the key or not, but he took the elevator before everyone was ready. The silly sausage. Can't believe it. Ugetsu, let's go. Show me what you got. Stun him. He's not stunnable. Oh god. This is gonna hurt. Getsubaka. What is that? Oh my. Jingiri. Hisatsu Kayuten. Oh god, what is this? Ah! Show me your moves. Yeah, he's got good moves. I like it. Fancy pants. What is this? Oh my god.
Finish him off with Madare. Commit. Boom. Woo. Ugetsu, Slayer of 1,000 Souls. Nice. Oh, he bleeding. Cinematic finish. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty fun. Shing. Oh damn, she's got to kill her own brother. He's got a cool sword, look at that. That's a funky sword. Doesn't look very practical, mind you. Why do you stay your blade? Oh damn. It's over. The heavens have chosen. Now strike me down. Oh no. Yeah, that's gotta be tough. That is... I'll do it. A samurai must be decisive. Finish me, or I shall finish you! Ah, he's actually gonna try to kill his own sister? Good, you've grown strong, little sister. Come, my friends, let us return to the barracks. Lily, his lawyers are going to be in touch with you soon, okay? Yeah, we're just going to leave him for the birds. Yeah. That's like a... That's probably a mark of dishonor, right? To just leave the corpse there in the ground. To be eaten... You got eaten by a crab. Nom nom nom. Oh, we can go to the barracks and check in from time to time? Oh, cool, they'll have different things to say. Ah. Here, we left the sword there for the Kojin, exactly. We've succeeded in quelling a major threat to the nation. It was in no small part due to you, Catkeks. You have my eternal gratitude. While not all insurgents are accounted for, without a leader to unite them, they'll eventually scatter to the winds. As for me, my appointment as captain of the Seki Sagumi has since been made official. 'Tis a heavy burden, but I swear to bear it with honor and live up to Captain Kongo's faith in me. Meanwhile, the revelation of Kogarashi's true identity has been doing its rounds of our order. 'Twould seem that nigh all of our younger members idolized him and joined out of a desire to make a difference. In embarking upon his quest, I believe that Master Musosai in part wished to sow the seeds of a new generation. Ugetsu sought the quick path to change and cared not that it was fraught with strife and suffering. He saw Hingashi as a dilapidated house fit only to be torn down. But Master Musosai sought to restore this house, board by board, nail by nail, one injustice at a time, even should it take several lifetimes. To ensure that his legacy lives on, I will embark upon my own quest of change here in Kugane. I pray you will do the same, no matter where your road takes you. That was great. Man, it was great. I really enjoyed the samurai story. That was super good. By facing your brother pupil in mortal combat, you've drawn forth a new technique. Hisatsu Guren. Okay. That concludes Stormblood. We need Shadowbringers. We need to complete the MSQ Shadowbringers. Okay. Oh, complete the role quest, Courage Born of Fear. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. New chapter of Sam I Am 2. Okay. What is this? Oh, I got a Gernwatt card too. Nice. Ooh, antiquated Kiku Ichimoji. Unable to change insufficient. Oh, fuck's sake, guys. Hang on. Hang on. Decent, these things. Got bamboozled. Don't need these anymore. You can desynth this. But it does look nice. Oh yeah, that's a nice katana, alright. Gear. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is the stuff Lily was wearing. Oh nice, like the heavy robe. Oh yeah, and that. The hat? We get it. Oh, cool. Yes. Oh my god, it has cat ears on top. Hot dogs. I like it. Nice. Actual Eastern glamour. I love the cat ears on the hat are so ridiculous. I love it. Cool though. What does it look like with the other piece with the pieces off? Okay. So the other pieces are pretty simple. Ooh, I like we've got the little like sandals. That's nice. That's nice. I can get a dyeable version in Eureka. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's leave the hat on for now. Yeah, I recognize it. It is the gear the Warrior of Light wore in the Stormblood trailer. It's interesting. I'm actually not sure if it is my cup of tea, but we'll certainly wear it for a while. I just feel like this is it's a really heavy looking robe. I feel like it'd be very difficult to fight in this. If it was a bit more open, I prefer it, but the hat's badass. Oh, look, it's got little jingly bits on it. Look, the hat's got little jingly bits. Oh, they jingle. There's a lot of detail too. Like, look at this. We've got all the ribbons and the sashes and stuff. Like, it's beautiful. They did a great job on it. Dagger at the back for playing Sudoku. Excellent. Swing. Cool. We look great. Oh man, proper samurai. Oh yeah, go test out Gurren. That's right. Oh man, where do I even go to test out Gurren? Is there a training dummy here somewhere? There's some outside Namai. Okay. To the east of Namai. Alright, let's go pop out and see. Namai. Oh, you thought that Samurai would be a tank? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that would have been cool too. That would have been cool if Samurai was a tank. Training dummies. East overlooking the town. Down here, maybe? Over here? By the rice paddy. They're all rice paddies. Directly across in the town. So, like, here. Bit more north. Okay. Is it up further, maybe? Like up here? I'm gonna kill this tiger. That will do. Hey, Mr. Tiger. You ready for this? Bam. Cool. That's east. That's it. What's up me now? Ah, here they are. You guys told me they were east of the town. They're north of the town. I feel betrayed. East adjacent. Get out of here. East adjacent. The arse. Can I Kaiten a Gurren? Probably not, because it's a Hisatsu move. But cool. I wanna try it on all these dummies. See you later, Core. It's an OG CD. Okay, cool. I'm gonna wait for it to come back, and we're gonna smack all these dummies in a line. It's gonna be glorious. We're building up right now. We're building up. Cool. Man, that thing claps. Boom! Big AoE. Awesome. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I'm really looking forward to Sene as well, the big single target one. It's gonna blast. Oh, we look fun too. Alright. Catkeks. How do I make Catkeks stop? Catkeks, stop, you big dummy. Oh my god, he's vicious. Killer chicken. Come on, killer chicken. Let's get out of here. Okay. Oh my god, it's the full price to get here? Whew. Whew. Okay. Well, where are we at? Okay, so I think this is actually a good place to leave it for today. I think this is actually perfect. So basically, I don't think I'll be on later. I don't think so for Pathfinder. I'm gonna go cook dinner, and then I'm going to finish off Squid Game with my girlfriend and spend some time with her. Yeah, and then we'll see. I think this is a pretty good place to leave it off. Again, I think we'll probably play tomorrow at the normal time, and we will go tomorrow and just continue some of this MSQ. I think it should be pretty good. We'll probably hop back over to Monk as well, which is also approaching 70. In fact, we'll probably get Monk, if I do an MSQ roulette later on, we'll probably get Monk up to 70 tomorrow and get the Monk MSQs done as well, which is should be pretty cool. But yeah, I'll most likely see you tomorrow. We may do a super late night Pathfinder mini stream. We'll see how it goes, but expect that it'll be tomorrow. And yeah, oi, samurai, save it with the hat on. Oh my god, you trolls. Okay, but yes, I will see you tomorrow at least. Until then, have a great one, and yeah, I'll catch you all then. Oh, nice halo. Bye bye.